Armageddon. Robot Empire Book 6 by Kevin Partner. 1. Bex. The young lieutenant turned from her console and looked up, her face white. They've broken through, Commander. Losses? 11 ships of the line destroyed or disabled, 2 in retreat. Which 2? There was a pause as she punched on her display, then a gasp. Let me guess, the flagship. Yes, it is heading for the gate. Bex grunted. Using the rest of the fleet as a shield to give it time to get away. Craven scum. What do we have in reserve? The 4th Territorials, sir. Rust buckets and passenger ships, thought Bex. No use against what's coming. Engage the tripwire, Bex said, and begin the evacuation. We're abandoning the planet? Bex put her hand on the lieutenant's shoulder. You don't want to be here when they land, believe me. Not if you like the idea of keeping your own mind inside your skull. Now pass the order. We regroup at Vanis. It truly was a mark of how desperate their plight had become, that she was now ranking officer for this entire planet. She'd thought she'd been so very clever in worming her way back into favor with Admiral Minchin and the automaton Abori, when in fact, they had been manipulating her all along. She had no idea of what their long-term plan was. In fact, she wasn't even sure Minchin had a plan, though she suspected Abori knew exactly what he was doing, delivering the Vanis Federation into the pocket of the Robot Empire. So far, they had lost every engagement, though Bex had noticed that the robot ships rarely destroyed the vessels they defeated. Either some vestige of the 3 laws remained in some of the ice controlling their ships, or humans had become a valuable commodity. She had a chilling idea why that might be, as she saw an image in her mind's eye of a huge crowd of different people, harboring the one mind of Ace. The galactic singularity. Set against this horrific vision was the ragtag remnant of the Vanis Federation and their allies. To Minchin's credit, he had managed to bring the neighboring systems together into one fleet as the robot ships began picking them off one by one, but it had proven to be of little effect. The robot ships were more powerful, more maneuverable, and were commanded by minds built into their very structure, so they could react in an instant. As she ran along the tunnel from the command center, taking care not to slip on the uneven rocky floor, Bex tapped onto her communicator. Hal, are you back? After a few heart-stopping moments, the static cleared. Yeah, just landed. Bay 2. We're evacuating, then? No choice. Minchin has cut and run. Scum. Meet me at auxiliary. Gotcha. Everyone was running now. They'd all seen, whether at first hand or through video feed, what happened to humans who survived a robot occupation. Many were put to work, but others became hosts for Ace, the ultimate backup strategy that would mean her enemies would have to terminate their own species in order to eliminate her. A skeleton staff remained in auxiliary by the time Bex arrived. She breathed a huge sigh of relief when she spotted Hal and drew him into an embrace. Thank the gods you made it. It was a close thing. I only just got finished with the tripwire before you ordered us back. It's not going to buy us much time, you know. She shrugged. It's the best we can do, let's hope it's enough. Everyone out. Bex watched as the remaining crew, with obvious relief, abandoned their consoles and made for the exit. Your ship is fueled up, I presume? Hal nodded. Of course, though we'd better hope the evac ships don't all panic and make for the gate without us. Bex leaned over a console. They've nearly reached it. Gods, they're fast. The robot fleet was represented by a swarm of triangles that were heading in formation for the orb that stood for the planet they were defending. Any moment now, Hal said. The swarm gathered together as if the ships were being funneled through a gap, which was exactly what was happening. This system had an asteroid field between the local sun and the inhabited planet. It was unusually dense and was only navigable through a narrow path that Bex had asked Hal to create. The ships would naturally choose that way. Maybe robots weren't so clever after all. As the swarm of triangles became a stream, Bex slammed down on the contact. Right, that'll activate the warheads. We have 5 minutes. They ran for the exit, back toward the landing bay, and onto Hal's small shuttle. The bay was deserted now, a place of ghosts and machines, and Bex held onto her armrests as the ship accelerated out of the bay and into the open air. She shielded her eyes from the piercing white of the snowfield below, and then they were heading vertically through the atmosphere and into low orbit. Did it work? Hal asked. Bex, in the co-pilot seat, called up the tactical display. Just waiting for the data to come through. There. Yes, we got the leaders, and their debris has blocked the path for the others. I'll signal to the evac ships to head for the gate. Bex, Hal said. What is it? I'm busy. We need to get them away before the bots recover. Hal nudged her and pointed down at his proximity display before gesturing through the cockpit window at the space beyond. They've gone without us. All of them. It was the girly chuckle that freaked Bex out the most. After all we've been through, said the sing-song female voice. You keep running back to me in the end, don't you, Hal? This ace was occupying the body of a tall woman with blonde hair, an absolute beauty. They say that owners become like their dogs, and Bex wondered whether Ace was beginning to take on traits like vanity as a result of occupying the bodies of humans. She couldn't imagine how it could be, but every time she'd encountered the AI, it seemed a little more inhuman, a little less rational, a step closer to crazy. She stood behind Hal, a gun to the back of his head. It was he who was receiving all of Ace's attention. You have now seen the might of my empire, Hal, she crooned. Why not join me and share in our triumph? Hal snorted, though his deep-set eyes with their black rings betrayed his exhaustion. Join you? I've had you in my brain before. Never again. Oh, do not worry, my dear. I would not wish to occupy you again, when I have the whole of humanity to choose from. No, I will keep you exactly as you are, so that you can bear witness to the last days of mankind. Bitch. The sickly smile widened. That does not, of course, apply to your friend here. Though extremely imperfect, Ace's eyes scanned up and down Bex's body with obvious disapproval. She will make an adequate vessel for one of my copies until a better one can be found. No. Hal cried. Ice ran down Bex's insides as a protector stomped forward and its iron hand gripped her arm. She stumbled as it pulled her backwards, and the last thing she saw as the door slid shut was Hal's horrified expression as he struggled to get past 2 more robots. Tears ran down his cheeks, but it was only when she was thrown into a dark room that she realized her face was also wet, and she lay there in a pool of her own grief, waiting to lose her mind. 2. Intruder. Arla drew patterns in the sand with her finger as the desert sun set. A small fire blazed alongside a primitive tent that was little more than a blanket supported on 4 sticks. Sighing, she looked up at a sky that she knew to be fake, allowing her mind to ignore reality and wander the deep-seated ancestral pathways of her distant forebears. It was hard to believe how far she'd been and how much she'd experienced in so little time. She'd gone from farmer's daughter to captain of an interstellar starship to Arla Starlight. And this was the first time since she'd left the valley to become a priest that she felt as though she was truly where she belonged. A horse whinnied nearby, and she turned to see a dark shape silhouetted against the horizon. Ah, you're back. Good. Gaius Julius Caesar stepped into the firelight and squatted down beside the blaze, warming his hands. All quiet? Caesar nodded. It is still hard for me to believe that the war is ended. I expect to find evidence of betrayal each time I patrol. I've explained it, Arla said. You have to believe me. He grunted as he settled down, pulling his cloak about him and rocking gently. Many times in the past year, Arla had believed that every decision she'd made had led to disaster or, at best, to unexpected consequences, from rescuing Hal to searching for Terra and all points in between. But her intervention on behalf of the inhabitants of Orbis stood to her credit. They'd been on Eden for 3 weeks, planning for the inevitable conflict with the robot empire. The emissary had been sequestered in the deepest part of the alien pyramid. The Guardians seemed to be fascinated by the silver machine. It could almost be described as reverence. It seemed to consider the emissary to be the closest thing to perfect intelligence it had ever come across. Almost as if, right at the last moment, when all hope had been abandoned, it had seen a potential future for the galaxy. A non-human future. In the meantime, Wells and Scout had set off to discover what they could of the war. On their return, McCall had taken Scout to visit the nearest human powers to try to bring them into the fold of the resistance. She'd railed against the suggestion that she could be a diplomat, but Arla had refused point-blank to go. Because the intruder had entered the Eden system, and she had a promise to keep. A small ship had arrived from Orbis with an invitation for her to go aboard, and she'd met the true Guardian who now occupied the caves of the Oracle. It had intended to end the experiment, believing it had learned all it could of humans, but that would have meant that Caesar and all the beings on Orbis would, if not technically die, then at least cease to exist. Arla had made her cooperation, and that of humanity in general, conditional on the war within Orbis being ended and the inhabitants freed. She had exceeded her authority by a country mile, but the Guardian took her seriously enough to agree. And anyway, it reasoned, it might be interesting to observe humans when given the chance of peace. So only Alexander died, snuffed out of existence in an instant, and Caesar had been appointed ruler of the people of Orbis. To him, no time had passed between the return of the Guardian and Arla's arrival, since the experiment had been suspended in the meantime, but he'd wasted no time in organizing the Romans and their Greek former enemies into some semblance of order. Farms were being built, and with Arla's help, the people of Orbis were learning to feed themselves because for the first time they'd known true hunger. Her relaxation was interrupted by a gruff voice. "I told you, I'm a doctor, not a diplomat." Arla leapt up and hugged her friend. "I'm so glad you're back safely. How did it go? Start any interstellar wars?" McCall smiled. "Came pretty close though. To be honest, they don't need any encouragement to fight amongst themselves." The doctor greeted Caesar and with a grunt, settled down by the fire. "Come out of the shadows, Mr. Robot," she said, and after a moment's pause, Wells stepped into the firelight. "Quite the little party we've got going on now. I met him when Scout brought me back to Eden. Seems he was anxious to check I hadn't broken her." Wells shook his head. "That is untrue, Doctor. Scout is perfectly capable of keeping herself properly maintained. I was merely pleased to see you, and wished to meet Arla again." "You are the one who posed as Apollo," Caesar said. "Now I see you are merely a mechanical man, as Arla has explained." "Merely? Perhaps. But I am sure you understand the requirement for deception." Wells sat between Arla and McCall, having no need of the fire's warmth. Arla also suspected he preferred to be in the shadows because he knew that his new and obviously artificial appearance upset her. First law at play again, she thought. She had felt an overwhelming relief when, as he'd first stepped onto the sands of Orbis, his mind had unlocked and his memories returned. Her old friend was back, except for the obviously plastic face. "Did you have any luck, Indira?" Arla asked. McCall gave a small shrug. "Well, I guess we'll know when the call goes out, but they've all been affected by Ace and the robot fleet. Mainly probing their defenses so far, but they're scared half-witless. It seems only Vanis has been given the full treatment, and quite a few of these scattered unions, federations, and petty kingdoms are quite happy to see them suffer." The biter bit. "But they know they'll be next?" "Oh yes." Eden's call went out and representatives of 6 turned up to the meeting place. Legends of this planet are ingrained in their mythologies, so they didn't need much convincing that it's special. Getting them to agree to bring their fleets here when that homicidal maniac attacks was more difficult, but I painted them a picture of each being overwhelmed separately, and they seemed to agree it was better to make a stand wherever she strikes in force first. Wells moved in the half-light. "And that will be here, judging by what Scout and I learned. News of this planet's rebellion against the Ace Governor has reached Core 2.0, and judging by what we know of her personality, she will seek to make an example. But she is cautious. She knows of the legend of Zenith, and especially, the part about the Zenites having an all-powerful weapon. We now know that this was a reference to Eden, a corruption of the truth that became a myth, but Ace does not know that, and she is being cautious. After all, she has plenty of time to complete her conquest. And the Vanis? Wells shook his head. I have heard nothing more since my return, but it is almost certain that the Federation has fallen. I am sorry, Arla. So much for a nice relaxing camping trip. It was their choice to go back, and I don't blame them. I just hope they got away. But it means we can't expect any ships from Vanis. That was always a faint hope, Wells said. But even with all the help we can get, what chance do we stand against them? No one spoke for a few moments. Then Arla drew in a deep breath. What chance? Not much, but more than we'd have without them. And Orbis is with us. Remember how frightened Core was when it was planet killing its way through their quadrant. That was Core 1.0. The upgraded Core has built a new armada. It is hard to imagine how Orbis could resist the entire gathered might of the robot empire, or indeed how Eden could do so. We may be able to defend this system, for a while at least, but I do not see how we can hope to fend off Ace indefinitely. Any hope for the future of a diverse galaxy depends on finding a way to neutralize her, and we are no closer to solving that problem than we were when she first took over. What a ray of sunshine you are, McCall said, as silence fell upon the group like a heavy blanket. It was of all people, Caesar who spoke first. It seems to me, though I am but a humble soldier, that if one wishes to kill the Medusa, one must aim for the head. The problem is, Arla said, that this particular monster is spawning billions of others. Cut off a head and another replaces it. Is there not an original? Arla shrugged. I guess there must be, though I've no idea where she is or whether it would make any difference if we destroyed that one. As I understand it, each copy of Ace contains the memories of the original at the point of its creation, before it begins to form its own memories drawn from its experiences. So all Aces will know of our interactions with them, except perhaps for the encounter on Twilight, which was only directly experienced by one of them. I don't doubt, however, that news of the destruction of that copy has long ago reached Core 2.0. This is ridiculous, Arla thought. We couldn't handle a single Ace, let alone a multitude of copies. And then she paused, thinking back to their encounters. Am I right in thinking that the original Core was a group of equals who made decisions collectively? Wells nodded. Broadly speaking, that is so. However, as you discovered on our home planet, some members are more equal than others. But still, agreement was needed? Yes, Wells said. His stiff plastic face creased unnaturally as he regarded her. Why do you ask? She could feel the shape of an idea forming, but it remained out of reach. Somehow, Ace gained control of this decision-making process. Indeed. I do not know how she achieved it, though I suspect she manipulated their interpretation of the three laws to convince them that what they were doing was in humanity's best interests. There were rogue elements within the collective that would have been naturally drawn to Ace, but there were also more conservative voices, and I'm not sure how she could have managed to recruit them. Perhaps she didn't. Maybe they're still there, just silenced. But having gained control of Core and the robot empire, I have a hard time believing that she would give it up, even to copies of herself. From her perspective, after all, she is the true Ace. Arla imagined she could hear the cogs turning in the mind of Wells. That is an intriguing proposition, he said. Ace is an AI, but she is exhibiting some very human traits: jealousy, the need for vengeance. Megalomania, McCall added. Yes, Doctor. I wonder whether, as she continues to wear the bodies of people, she is becoming more like them. Arla poked the fire, sending sparks up into the night sky of Orbis. And if she was destroyed, would that affect the other Aces? All that could be heard was the crackling of the fire in the gentle desert breeze. I'm afraid not, Wells said. Soon there will be billions to take her place. 3. Clovis. The ship's cooling jets hissed for a few moments and then went quiet. From out of the misty steam walked a tall man with a haunted expression. You represent humanity here, he said to Arla as he came to a stop a few paces away. They were standing on a makeshift landing strip that had been constructed near to the hills that hid the wreckage of Zenith. The Guardian, it seemed, was a reluctant partner in this alliance, and would only suffer a human settlement amongst the ruins of the last attempt. Not exactly a subtle warning. Arla shrugged at the young man. Not willingly, but apparently I am responsible for the conduct of my species on this planet, so I hope I can rely on good behavior from the Clovis Alliance. My name is Arla. Starlight, McCall cut in. She is Arla Starlight. The man's expression remained fixed as he stepped forward and held out his hand. I am Clancy Mainframe, he said. I speak for the Clovis Alliance in this matter. You don't look like an ambassador, Arla said before she could stop herself. A ghost of a smile played across his face. You don't look like a general. Touché. Come on, let's go somewhere more comfortable and less public, Arla said, glancing around at the humans and robots watching them. Did you come alone, or do you have crew? The smile disappeared. I came with one other. He has business of his own. What was he hiding? Arla thought for a moment and then, without warning, began walking quickly toward the ship. Wait, Clancy called. Do not go aboard. But she was already stepping up the ramp and into a hatch which opened onto darkness beyond. Desperate fingers gripped her arm, and she swung round to look into the man's panicked eyes. A voice emerged from within the ship. The words sounded as though they were coming from deep underwater and out of ancient times. She may come. The grip on her arm vanished, and she saw Clancy's expression change to one of resigned terror. This was not how it was meant to be. Arla moved inside the ship, recoiling from the wet heat. It reminded her of something. Then she remembered, the cave of the Oracle on Orbis. So cold outside and yet so warm within, as if it had been built for creatures that needed heat and moisture to thrive. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she began to pick out shapes in the dim red glow emitted by the only illumination. From what she could see, it looked as though it was human-built. It reminded her of the Vanis shuttle she'd ridden to Relentless in. It was as if it had been adapted to carry something non-human. And then she saw movement, something writhing in the darkness. I have heard of you, it said. You are the Gaiana, and because you have done service to my people, I will spare you. But doubt not that we are enemies, and know that I will not rest until the infestation called humanity is obliterated from this galaxy. Now she saw it as it lay in the pilot's couch, a mass of tentacles playing across the console as it writhed in apparent agitation. Aren't you a guardian? The shape began to rise and fall rapidly, in what Arla imagined was a vile parody of laughter. Guardian? Is that what you have been told? It is of little surprise that the galaxy remains the abode of rude creatures unworthy of being called intelligences, when my own species contains fools like those calling themselves Guardian. But there's another on Orbis, Arla said, confused. The body stopped pulsing, though its tentacles continued to move in time with the sound of its voice, which seemed to come from somewhere deep within. It was unfortunate that Caleb heard the call before I could reach and reclaim Orbis. He is as foolish as the one you call Guardian. He believes that you humans should be given the opportunity to prove that you are less unworthy than the other species we have wiped out over the ages. Arla put out an arm to steady herself against the wall. Why? What have you got against us? The galaxy is pure, it must not be sullied by the unworthy. We wait amongst the ruins of the civilizations we destroy to test each new species as it arises and becomes capable of spreading. What begins in hope ends inevitably in brutal disappointment. When that human woke me, it jabbed a tentacle at Clancy, who stood outside the cockpit. I analyzed him and found that again, evolution had promoted the violent and ignorant beyond their capacity. I called my people. And they didn't come, did they? Arla said. She got no answer other than a sickening shudder. Because you are almost extinct as a race. That is true. I found myself forced to use other methods to achieve my ends. I took control of the Clovis Alliance with the aid of the human that waits trembling outside. Now go, for I must commune with your guardian, whose true name is Agrix. So, you've come here to end the pact between us? You'll let the robots win. No, the thing in the pilot's chair said, as for the first time it turned what passed for eyes on her. To do so would be to hand over the galaxy to mankind's creations, which would be no better than allowing humanity to run amok. These eyes seek a perverse unity in which one mind speaks for all, and that mind cannot be one that has been created by humans. We will aid you in your fight against the monsters you made, and then, once that is done, we will decide what is to become of you. Now go. Arla felt a tugging on her arm. Come on, we have to get out of here, Clancy said as he pulled her toward the exit. It wouldn't care if you died here. All humans are equally worthless to it. She ran down the ramp as it began to raise, and jumped to the ground before helping Clancy to his feet. I'm not sure I think much of your choice in friends, she said. They stepped back as the thrusters fired, and the bullet-shaped vessel rose vertically and headed off over the trees. Clancy sat on a rock and sagged. Thank the gods, he said. That's the first time he's allowed me out of his sight in 6 months. Explain to me what's happened. Are the Clovis on our side or not? For now, Clancy said, looking up at her out of bloodshot eyes. Arla began walking toward the makeshift settlement. Come on, let's get you fed, and you look as though you could do with a drink. But first, how many ships have you brought? 50. Not bad, Arla said, assuming they're bigger than the one you landed in. Oh yes, our people were always spoiling for a fight, so we have a pretty developed navy. So how did that creature take over? Mind control? The serious young man stopped and shook his head. No. We have an impressive military by human standards, but he has his own ship. It's a huge planet killer. He took out just enough of our capability to prove his point, and then installed me as puppet leader. You've brought another Orbis with you. Arla said, astonished. He has told me of Orbis, Clancy said. It was an experiment to discover whether humanity was worthy of being the inheritors of the universe. He opposed it since he said he knew that we would fail the test. No, Orbis is the equivalent of a science lab, and its destructive capabilities were ancillary to its design. Inferos is a different thing altogether. Its purpose is destruction. They reached a low log cabin that served as a canteen for the growing human settlement, and passed into its relatively cool interior. McCall was sitting at a table with 3 mugs in front of her. Take a seat, she said, motioning to them to join her. Just how powerful is Inferos? Arla asked once they'd sat down and she'd introduced McCall to the newcomer. The robots feared Orbis. Could Inferos take them on? Clancy shook his head. It is far more powerful than Orbis, but it consumes energy at such a rate that it cannot withstand attack for long. It is designed, as far as I can tell, to end an argument with one stroke, and I doubt it will be possible to wipe out the entire robot fleet with a single attack. Still, we are strengthened by having Inferos with us. With a shrug, Clancy said, I'm not so certain about that. Mordris, that's what he calls himself, is using us as his best hope of destroying the robot empire, but as soon as that is achieved, he will wipe us out. Surely the Guardian won't allow that, Arla said, feeling her heart sink as yet another enemy revealed itself. The Guardian may have no choice in the matter. He is old and weak, according to Mordris. His leadership has resulted in this current situation, and the threat it poses to what he believes is the sentient destiny of the galaxy. Arla sipped the coffee substitute, wincing at its bitterness. I didn't imagine I'd ever see the Guardian as being on our side, but he's certainly preferable to the monster you serve. She expected a reaction from the young man, but he simply sat there, looking at her out of dead eyes. Perhaps, but the Guardian is, at best, ambivalent to humans. He will never be a true ally. It doesn't feel as though we've got anyone on our side. Hell's most of the time half of humanity is fighting the other half. McCall, who'd been listening intently, said, So what do we do? Fight alongside these monsters in the hope they won't turn around and destroy us if we beat off the robots? With a tiny shrug and downcast eyes, Clancy took another sip. Arla watched him and felt the black fog of hopelessness descend. 4. Faint. She hadn't seen the face before, but Arla recognized the evil soul behind it. Everywhere I look I find you, the woman said. I am curious to know what happened to the ace who followed you to Twilight. Arla smiled at the image in the view screen. She lost her mind. You see, it doesn't matter how many copies you make, if the original is flawed, so are the duplicates. She was standing on the bridge of the Glory next to the captain's chair, which was occupied by Admiral Roche of the Clovis Alliance. The Admiral was a pinch-faced woman who resented the fact that her authority was entirely at the whim of the tentacled monster currently occupying her cabin, and the tall man who was his plaything. Arla, on the other hand, Roche treated with at least a modicum of respect. This is the AI you spoke of. In the body of a woman. Arla turned to the Admiral. Yes, her consciousness is carried in some sort of implant that replaces the original mind. Horrifying, the Admiral said, her beak-like face tightening. The young woman on the view screen laughed. Liberating, don't you mean? This body would have lived and died without consequence, and now is leading an armada to crush this petty rebellion. What greater purpose could it possibly serve? What worse purpose than to be a traitor to its own species? Roche spat. Now say what you have to say and be gone. Ace turned her malevolent gaze at the Admiral, who returned it with interest. We have come to bring an errant planet back into the glory of the luminescence. You are inside our borders and as such are committing an act of war. We will deal with you in time, but if you do not wish that time to be now, withdraw your ragtag fleet and leave us to our business. Our presence was requested by the inhabitants of the system you seek to subjugate. We ask that you leave them in peace to govern themselves. Do not bandy words with me, Ace said. I don't know what your purpose here is, but you have no chance against the robot empire. Roche straightened up in her chair. Perhaps not, but I think we could take on your fleet and win. You didn't come prepared for battle, it seems to me. Perhaps you underestimate your own people. Perhaps you underestimate us. The face on the screen seemed to ponder this before relaxing back into its expression of casual disdain. Underestimate you? No, I believe we have a very good understanding of what we're up against. Bows and arrows against the lightning. Perhaps we must demonstrate this since our warnings are being ignored, but do not blame us for the needless slaughter. She leaned forward as if about to break contact, and then looked directly at Arla. Oh, and your friend Hal sends his regards. Very soon he will be upgraded, and I shall send him to Dawn to bring them into the light. She shut off the contact, and the last thing Arla saw before the screen went dark was a look of pure glee in the eyes of her enemy. Was she telling the truth? Arla cried as she paced up and down her tiny cabin in front of McCall and Clancy. After disappearing from the screen, the robot ships had retreated a little, and the two fleets were now facing off with neither side making an offensive movement. Admiral Roche had expected Ace to attack, but it seemed she was content to string them along for now. For Arla, however, the impending battle was irrelevant. I should be there. I should be on Dawn. If you were on Dawn, you'd be in a body bag, McCall spat. Get a grip. I don't like it any more than you, but there's nothing we can do. Arla turned on McCall, standing with hands on hips. I can go after them. That's exactly what she wants you to do. Don't you see that? For an AI, that homicidal machine is very human in some ways. She's a vengeful, jealous maniac. You can't go walking into her arms. You're needed here. Why? Admiral Roche is a much better commander than me. Let her take control of the fleet. McCall sighed with exasperation. But she wasn't appointed by the Guardian, was she? You're the one they've chosen to represent humanity. They already think the worst of us. Don't prove them right by deserting the cause to go chasing across space into a trap. You think it would make me a better human to let them all die, do you? If you had the power to stop it, then maybe it would be the right thing to do, but you can't do anything other than walk into Z's loving arms. Arla slumped onto the bed next to McCall. I swore to protect Dawn, she sighed. I know, but the people of Dawn tried to kill you. She shook her head. Not the people of Dawn, just that scumbag admiral and treacherous priest. And Abori, of course. One day, I'll get even with him." They sat in a silence that was finally broken by Clancy, who'd until that moment stayed out of the discussion. "Whatever your reasons, you'd be mad to go without having some sort of plan." "A plan for what?" Clancy shrugged. "Surely the point is to destroy the original Ace. But without an idea of how you're going to do that, all you're doing is walking open-eyed toward your own death. And that helps no one." His eyes moistened as he knelt down beside her. "Don't throw your life away." "What would you have me do then?" she said, thrown off balance by the emotion in his voice. "Wait here for her to come and get me?" "No. I'm just saying you need to talk things through a little before you go. And you shouldn't go alone." "Oh, she won't be going on her own, you can be sure of that," McCall said. Arla deflated, her anger replaced with resigned frustration. She'd wanted nothing more than to take a ship and be responsible only for her own destiny. But it seemed her friends would not let her shake them off so easily. She'd known McCall would want to come, given half a chance, but this grave young man was looking at her with such concern and, yes, understanding. Perhaps he appreciated the trap she felt herself caught in. He was, after all, also in thrall to a monster. How often must he have yearned to run away? Or to strike back? And yet he stood beside his master. "Why?" she asked. And he understood. "Because I have at least a little influence over him, I think. With me beside him, my people are fractionally safer." "You must hate it." He nodded. "Yes. I loathe him. Not just because of how he looks, though that took some getting used to, but because of what he is. There is no pity in him, just malice and hatred of everything other than himself. Even his own species. He's like a living black hole, sucking everything around him into darkness." She put out her hand. He reached to touch it. "Red alert. Red alert. All hands to battle stations." He smiled sadly. "Seems her patience has run out." The bridge rocked as Arla went to stand beside Admiral Roche. "Execute maneuver Epsilon," she barked. The Admiral turned to Arla. "Sneaky." Their front line remained in position, while they formed up the bulk of their forces, using the cover of that asteroid belt. She waved her hand at the tactical display on the main bridge view screen. "The first we knew about their attack was when Khan was hit. Luckily, I'm a suspicious devil, and I had prepared more than one battle plan. We are falling back and reforming." She swung away and called down to officers sitting at consoles on the lower bridge level. "Navigation report. We will be at our assigned position in 2 minutes, Admiral." "Tactical, the enemy." A second officer turned in his seat. "No contact since we began our maneuver, sir. Khan has taken damage but is reforming with us." "And the other ships?" Giskered. The officer turned back to his console. "All forming according to plan, except Sylvain, which is out of position." He pointed up at the tactical display, where one dot was pulsing in red. Roche rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Patch me through to them." "Robert, what is going on?" "You are lagging. Our ion drive is malfunctioning. We are operating on one turbine. The enemy is closing on you. I am sending assistance." "No, Admiral. That would endanger the plan." "So would the loss of Sylvain and its captain, Robert," Roche said, before turning to an officer to her right. "Signal the Henry to rendezvous with Sylvain and to provide cover while she forms up." "We're taking damage," the voice said to a background of alarms and barked commands. "Robert, shut off the engines and divert all power to your armor." 2L. "Robert." Roche leapt up, staring at the tactical display, as the red dot that represented Sylvain winked out. She stood, frozen for a few seconds, before collapsing back into her seat. "Signal Henry to return to formation," she said, before muttering, "You will pay dearly for that." Arla moved close to her, frightened of the sudden stillness that had gripped someone normally so animated and commanding. "I'm sorry. Did you know the captain well?" Roche sniffed a little, as if coming out of deep thoughts. "There were 82 souls on Sylvain," she said. "And one of them was once my husband. Arla stood at the back of the bridge and watched the battle unfold. The robot ships were technologically superior to those of the Vanis Federation, but they did not press home their advantage as she'd expected. The human ships had adopted a formation that Roche had explained was like a three-dimensional arrowhead, or perhaps a pyramid, with the glory at its point. Ships would swap positions as they became damaged or ran low on fuel, while at the center refueling and repair vessels waited. Everything seemed to happen at a glacial pace. Roche would give orders, sometimes on the offensive and sometimes responding to actions by the enemy, and ever so slowly, the pieces on the chessboard would move. "What I'd like to know," Roche said as the bridge rocked from another impact, "is what help we can expect from our allies." Arla had been thinking along similar lines. The Guardian said they don't want to use Orbis or Inferos until they have to, because it'll reveal their full hand. Roche grunted. "They may have to sooner rather than later. We're taking a beating. I'm going to have to sound the retreat before we become sitting ducks." Another thump hit the hull. Arla steadied herself. For a moment, in the midst of all this chaos, she thought of Victoria. Roche was cut from the same cloth with an added dose of experience. The same thing would not happen to her. "Admiral, they're powering up their nukes." Roche glanced at the tactical. "It's her ship," she said. "The one she sends in for the kill." They'd both noticed that the other ships in the robot fleet seemed reluctant to finish off a vessel containing humans, and it was the fact that this one, the one that was now attacking them, was prepared to kill a shipload of people that made it obvious where Ace was. She had no such compunction, no vestige of the three laws to keep her in check. "Sound the retreat," Roche said, "and divert power to the defensive batteries and armor. Brace for impact." "Can we get away?" Arla whispered. Roche turned to her and shook her head. "I think not. I am sorry." To her astonishment, Arla felt nothing more than a sense of overwhelming peace and relief at the knowledge that they were soon to die. "They've launched 2 nukes on an intercept course. Defensive batteries operating at 10% effectiveness. Thank you, Mr. Giskeard. Target the enemy ship with everything we have left." Giskeard swung to face her. "But the missiles." "It is too late, my friend, but we can at least do some damage before we go." The young officer's face set hard. He nodded and turned back to his console. Holes began to appear in the fuselage of Ace's ship. "You got a little too close, didn't you?" Roche spat as needles of light stabbed at the enemy, until in a moment it had split down the middle and the two halves had wheeled away. 5 seconds to impact," Giskeard called. Roche took Arla's hand. "At least we got her." 3, 2, 1. 5. Escape from Eden. "You must have a plan, Arla Starlight," said the tentacled thing. "To walk into the arms of your enemy otherwise would be wasteful." She stood in the chamber of the Guardian, trying to keep her focus on it, and not the writhing things it called children that gibbered in the darkness. "I've got a habit of making things up as I go along," Arla replied. "And has that resulted in achieving what you wished?" She thought about that. "Actually, it's been when I do have a plan that the worst happens. Winging it seems to be my strength." The Guardian pulsed as if sighing. "I will not stop you. Eden will not stop you, but your departure merely confirms the immaturity that we see in your species. Immature enough to put their lives on the line to turn back the robot ships. With our aid." Arla grunted. "Yea, you couldn't have helped us earlier and saved more lives then. We destroyed the missiles that would otherwise have killed you and the others on your ship. We do not wish to show our full strength until we must." She'd shut her eyes against death as the nukes had closed in and had then been astonished to hear Lieutenant Giskeard say they'd disappeared. The remaining robot ships, once Ace's flagship had been destroyed, scattered. That at least was interesting and perhaps useful. She could hear Wells fidgeting. He and Doxy had come with Arla to meet the Guardian. "What are you thinking, Arla?" "What? Oh, I was remembering what Gaia said about cutting off the head of the snake. It seems that Ace hasn't entirely overwritten Core. Those robot ships left as soon as she was destroyed. Indeed. I surmise that the 3 laws have not been erased, and it requires the presence of an ace to command robot ships to fire on humans. Doxy gave an excited beep. I also noticed that protectors become inactive when they commune with their local commander. That's right. Arla said. When Bex killed the ace on Twilight, the protectors froze. It's as if, without her influence, witnessing the destruction of a human being was enough to freeze their brains. Technically, it is a cascade failure of their positronic matrix, Arla, Wells said. Then he caught her expression and added, but freeze is an appropriate metaphor. Or it could simply be that the protectors are subconsciously controlled by the local ace, as the human brain controls their autonomic body functions. Arla turned to the Guardian. So we have a battle tactic: focus all fire at the flagship. Ace probably thought she was being clever in not allowing protectors to act autonomously. Perhaps she imagined they might turn their weapons on her. I wonder what would happen if the original ace was destroyed. Nothing, Wells said. Except that it would make it possible to stop the flow of new aces. I believe she has made it so that only she can be used as the source of her cognitive clones. Why would she do that? Wells gave a grim chuckle. Because she doesn't even trust copies of herself. But by destroying her, there could be no more new aces. Perhaps, but there are probably hundreds already, and even if we could eliminate her, by that time there could be thousands. The Guardian shifted colors, rising and falling like a wave. But it would end the threat of a singularity. Charming, Arla said. That might be enough for you, but it still leaves the galaxy under the control of Ace's clones. And there's the small problem of eliminating the original in the first place. It is a beginning at least, Wells said. The Guardian let out a grumbling noise, like the sound of an approaching thunderstorm. Based on our analysis of the robot empire's military capability, we can hold them off for a short period of time and also offer some protection to neighboring systems. We will help you as we can, but we will eventually be overwhelmed if our understanding of their numbers and their ability to replenish is correct. And we have our own internal disputes to settle. You may go. You're coming then? Arla said to Wells, as they strode toward the transport that would take them back to the human settlement. Where else would I be other than at your side? He asked. Besides, I believe I can be useful to you. Doxy was trundling along beside them. I wish to come also, she said, if you think I can help. They walked up the ramp and into the ship. You'd be safer here, Arla said. Only for a short time. I wish to be useful. The robot folded her spider-like arms into her waist and, with a hiss of escaping air, collapsed into her traveling mode. If only things could be as they were before this ace came and ruined everything. Core wasn't perfect, just ask Jupitus, but at least it didn't try to make us all think alike. What an evil thing she is. Wells settled down into the seat beside Arla. I'm afraid she is what humans made her. The torture she underwent at the hands of the Vanis was the trigger for all that followed, I fear. As far as it is possible for an electronic mind to go insane, I believe she is mad. And so therefore are all the copies of her. Settling back into the seat, though it was clearly not designed for human comfort, Arla closed her eyes. Instantly, a silver image leapt into her mind. The emissary, she cried. What of it? Wells asked, his plastic face creased with concern at her outburst. You said it was the key to restoring Core. She felt a gentle tugging as the ship rose from the ground. Wells nodded. Yes. The emissary is the only remaining fragment of the original Core that we know of. Theoretically, it could be used as the basis of a restoration process that would bring the Matrix back to its state before Ace corrupted it. But unless Ace were destroyed, she could simply reinfect Core, even if we managed to achieve the reboot without her knowing or preventing us. So it all begins with Ace, doesn't it? She unfastened her safety belt, leapt from her seat, and ran into the cockpit. Take us back to the Guardian, she said. Arla ran into the stuffy chamber accompanied by the heavy echoing steps of Wells, as he struggled to keep up. She ignored the shapes slithering away from the Guardian's receptacle, and the lurid shade of pulsing red it displayed. "What is the meaning of this?" the metal box rasped. "You said you would help us," Arla said, her hands on her hips as she struggled to get her breath back. "Did you mean it?" The Guardian's skin settled into a deep solid red, and its movements slowed. "I did. What do you want of us?" "Give me the emissary," she said. The little ship set down in Dawn's landing bay, and after a few moments, a space-suited figure floated from its open airlock and toward the main hatch, which swung silently open to accept it. Air hissed into the airlock, and the figure activated its magboots and patiently waited for the pressure to equalize before removing its helmet. A face appeared through a window set into the inner door. It regarded her for a few moments before giving a brief smile and waving to unseen others. With a thunk, the door rolled back, and light flooded the airlock as the figure stepped inside, smiling at those that awaited it. Prime Z stepped forward and held out his hand. "Welcome back. I presume you have returned to us as a friend." The figure took his hand and shook it firmly. "I have." "Then come aboard, you have had a long journey. Your quarters await you, Navigator Bex." Her face creased again into a smile. Her voice thanked Z, and the body of Christina Bex walked into the welcoming arms of Dawn. 6. Scout. Arla had intended to go alone, although she'd suspected Mother Hen McCall would insist on coming. As it happened, Scout felt as though she were fit to burst. The emissary was in its shielded cabin. It had taken little persuading of the logic of their mission, however desperate, though the robotic inhabitants of Eden had been distraught at the loss of their Messiah, and the Guardian had argued long and hard that such a precious fragment of intelligence should not risk itself. Wells had come, and he'd brought Doxy with him. In an idle moment, Arla had wondered whether the two of them were experiencing some sort of robomance, and then it struck her that she'd never thought about how robots handle the emotion many of them obviously feel. The logical reason for Doxy's presence was that, as a repair robot with recent experience of working aboard an ace ship, she could be useful. The reasons for the presence of Naresh Kumar and Clancy were harder to pin down, but by this time, Arla was resigned to a ship full and had given in. Anyway, she liked Kumar, and he would certainly prove handy. Clancy, on the other hand, was a gangly archaeologist with no practical skills. And yet she was pleased he'd come along. She liked having him around. Admiral Roche had been left in charge of the human forces defending Eden and the border with the old Empire. Ace and her robot ships could, of course, simply bypass this protected area and strike deep into human space, but she did not. She knew that Eden would be a thorn in her side, and Arla feared that it hid a secret to resisting her. Ace pursued her goal of a singularity with a manic determination that, with the vengeance-fueled fall of the Vanis Federation, meant her focus was entirely on Eden. Robot ships gathered at the border and probed the mysterious defenses. Arla had watched Eden fall away in the viewscreen with an overwhelming sense of sadness, as if she were looking on something unsullied and perfect for the last time. She wondered what future Eden had, even if, by some miracle, she succeeded in destroying Ace. The tentacled creatures seemed to be intent on civil war, and it would be the ultimate irony if it were Eden's guardians that destroyed it, rather than the humans they despised so much. "We're there," Wells said. Arla sat in the navigator's chair beside Wells and looked up at the tactical display. "Report, Scout." "Scanning." After a breathless pause, dots popped into place on the display. "I am showing enemy ships in red," Scout said. Larger circles represented the planets in this system, and Arla reminded herself that the fourth, Nevus, had been the original target for the Dawn mission. Had all gone according to plan, they'd be terraforming it right now, ready for settlement in a century or two. But that future had been eliminated when the galactic human civilization that arose while Dawn was crawling through interstellar space gave artificial intelligences the right of self-determination. The vast majority had abandoned humanity in the belief that this was in mankind's best interests, and this had caused the almost instant collapse of the sphere and the establishment of core and the luminescence. And then Ace had been found, and the path of history had twisted. Is that it? Yes, Arla, I count only 3 ships of the line in this system, Wells said. Settling back in her seat, Arla let out a long breath and spoke into the shipcom. Relax, everyone, it seems the robot ships were needed elsewhere. Stand down from red alert. Curious. Ace either needs the ships elsewhere, or she is completely confident that she has full control of the Vanis. Wells, it's arrogance, plain and simple, Arla said. Sometimes I think we humans understand her better than you do. She is certainly exhibiting many of the less creditable human traits. Arla looked back at the tactical display. Can you plot us a course that will bring us to Vanis Moon without attracting the attention of those ships? Yes, Arla, though it will require a parabolic trajectory and a journey time of over 24 hours. That's okay. Plot the course. Acknowledged. Arla pulled herself out of her seat and stepped into the passenger lounge behind the cockpit. Are you sure this is wise? McCall said, looking up from her tablet. Settling down beside her, Arla accepted the steaming mug of coffee. Nope, but you know what they say, know your enemy. We need an ace, and I know where to find one. It seemed like only yesterday that she'd been waiting outside the security airlock of the capital city of the Vanis Federation. This time, however, it wasn't the friendly face of an old soldier that appeared in the monitor, but the blank, threatening visage of a protector. State your purpose, it said. She pressed her credentials against the receiver. She'd been surprised to find that Scout still held, in her stores, the source files for the fake cards she'd created when Arla, Hal, and McCall had last infiltrated New Hope. Fresh, deliberately aged copies of the cards were printed, and hers was now being inspected electronically by the robot on the other side of the airlock. Enter. The hatch opened, and Arla stepped inside, flanked by McCall, Clancy, and Doxy. They weren't exactly the Magnificent Four, and Arla missed having anyone along with the reassuring efficiency that Hal and Bex possessed when it came to energy weapons. She removed her helmet as the pressure equalized, and then, when the inner door rolled across, stepped into the Capitol, shielding her eyes from the artificial lights beaming down from the dome. These are the rules of conduct, the Protector said. You will agree to them. Curfew begins in 22 minutes. It held out a tablet on which several pages of text flashed by. Arla wouldn't have been able to read it that quickly if it had been in her native alphabet. She had no chance of taking in the weirdly ornate characters of the standard Vanis script. Shrugging, she pressed her thumb to the tablet and, as the Protector withdrew, walked into the city. She remembered this as a bustling place, even though there had been a war going on. People talked, deals were done, drinks were quaffed. There was the hubbub of life, continuing regardless. Now there was silence. New Hope was a ghost town. We'd better get under cover as quickly as possible, Arla said to McCall. Can you remember where the pub was, the one Hal took us to? With a shrug, McCall said, the one women aren't allowed into. We're not allowed in the bar, but I dare say women can go upstairs. McCall gave her a confused look, and then comprehension dawned. Ah. We'll send Clancy in to see if they've got any rooms. I'm sure he'll be able to come up with a plausible story. Gesturing at the tall man following them, she said, I can see how he'll explain you, but how's he going to account for me and the robot? Doxy's easily explained. As for you, he'll have to convince them he's into older women. You're full of charm today, aren't you? McCall grumbled. And I prefer experienced, though that's not exactly true. As it turned out, the reluctant Clancy had no problem securing them a couple of rooms above the Drake. The recent change in government had hit trade badly, he'd been told, though not so bluntly, and they were glad for anyone they could get. Even women. Clancy took the small single room and, after offering a cursory goodnight, plunged inside. Within minutes, his rhythmic snoring could be heard through the thin walls. I don't know how he does it, McCall said as she sat cross-legged on one side of the moldy double bed. Sometimes he seems so nervous, then he can come to an alien world occupied by our enemies and immediately fall asleep the first chance he gets. McCall chuckled. Oh, I think his time with that tentacled monster has burned all the terror out of him. When I first met him, I thought he was a dead man walking. But he's only nervous when he's around you. What? Look at it this way, McCall said. He was in thrall for heaven knows how long, and he had to shut down his emotions and any dreams he might have had for the future, just so he could get through it. Then he met you, and suddenly a whole new avenue opens up and he begins to feel hope again. And that terrifies him even more. Be gentle with him, Arla. Arla leaned her head back on the grubby wall and gazed across to the corner where Doxy was hitched to the recharge point. You're right, I did notice something. But I don't trust my own instincts anymore, not after Hal. Oh, Hal loved you, McCall said. But he also blamed you. For what? McCall gave a little shrug. For saving his life. In doing that, you inflicted Ace on the galaxy. And he was paralyzed from the waist down. Can you imagine what that does to a person? The young man? You're right. Sometimes I forgot what he'd gone through. Wells made him those calipers, and once he was used to them, Hal seemed to be able to get about pretty well. Getting about isn't the same as living, Arla. Every movement of his robotic legs reminded him of what he'd lost. Arla settled back on the bed and began to absent-mindedly count the stains on the ceiling. I hadn't thought of it like that. Poor devil. She closed her eyes and settled down to sleep as she counted the doctor's snores. 7. Abduction. This is insane, thought Arla. The Protector stood on the corner, its head sweeping the marketplace, though there was hardly a soul doing any buying or selling. The few small stalls selling tinned goods had been swamped and stripped within minutes of them opening, and the crowds had been dispersed by this Protector and one of its colleagues. Arla felt desperately sorry for the people of the Vanis Federation. They'd once been her enemies, or at least their leaders and military had been, but now she saw them as simply her fellow human beings. This was a vision of life under robot rule, though she suspected they'd gotten off lucky so far since their main complaint was one of neglect, as the electronic eyes of Core 2.0 were focused on Eden. She wondered what would happen to the hidden people of Vanis City when they brought the conversion machines here. Ready? Arla whispered to Clancy. The young man nodded, his face brittle. Remember, don't take any unnecessary risks. They move incredibly fast, so you'll have to dive for cover quickly. Be careful, she said, touching his arm and feeling it tremble slightly. She looked down at her watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Clancy darted into the marketplace and headed for a stall, desperately trying not to look at the Protector. The robot's head snapped round, its arm raised. Stop. Clancy dived as the energy beam sliced through the air. The Protector went to step forward, tottered for a moment in apparent puzzlement, and then fell forward. Doxy's appendages loomed out of the dust. Arla sprinted across and knelt beside the recumbent figure of the robot. Did it work? You would be dead if it hadn't, Doxy said, with no detectable trace of sarcasm. 2 appendages were working within an open plate on the robot's back. There, it is done. It can't move? Doxy looked up. Correct? It was surprisingly difficult for me to break the last connection. It can be repaired, but I wonder if the new core would not simply recycle it rather than investigate the fault. I do not like to think that I have condemned it. That's the difference between you and it, Doxy. That thought process is what makes you a good. Arla paused for a moment, searching for the proper adjective. Person. And it a mere machine. It's a pity you can't work some magic so it would take orders from us. That would be really useful. The hole in the back of the robot was sealed shut, and Doxy levered it onto its back. I am a repair robot, but my expertise does not extend to the finer points of positronic programming. I would be far more likely to drive it mad than to reactivate the 3 laws, though they will be within its matrix since it's impossible to construct a robotic brain without them. Why is that? They're like a scaffold that holds everything else in place. Somehow, Ace and Core 2.0 have found a way to bypass them without the whole structure of the mind collapsing. But the scaffold must still be there. Arla filed that away to discuss with Wells, and helped Doxy to prop the Protector up against a wall. She scanned the marketplace. It had emptied the instant the Protector had ordered Clancy to stop, but she didn't doubt that eyes were watching from behind windows and doors. As long as they weren't robotic eyes, she didn't care. "Yes, I'm fine, thanks for asking," Clancy said as he brushed the dust from his legs. McCall pushed past him with a light metal cart. "Chin up, lad," she said. "At least you got out of this with nothing more than bruised knees." They lifted the Protector onto the bed of the cart, with Doxy taking most of its weight. Well, that's the first part of the plan. Now for the really risky bit. The two Protectors who stood outside the palace raised their weapons as the cart approached. "Declare yourselves," they said in unison. Doxy trundled forward and exchanged a microwave greeting using the code she'd been given on the robot ship. One of the Protectors said, "What is your purpose?" "This unit was attacked and damaged in the marketplace. I am a repair droid, and I wish to use the facilities in the palace to return the unit to operational duties." "Why do you bring humans here?" "I am a repair droid. I lack the strength to bring the unit here without aid. I believed it urgent for the Protector to be returned to active service, and ordered these humans to help. They have been cooperative." The guard entered the familiar catatonic state as it communed with the local ace. "You may bring the unit inside. I will help you." "That is not necessary, I have the required aid. I would not wish for the defense of the palace to be lessened by your absence. PGX-103 is capable of securing the defense in my absence." Was there a trace of pride in that statement? Interesting, thought Doxy, but problematic. She had no choice. They would have to move to Plan B. "Humans, you may leave," she said, using their speech rather than microwave communication. "You have been helpful, and it is appreciated." They'd known this might happen, so Arla and the others cloaked their disappointment, bowed and moved away. If Doxy had truly been an authorized repairer for this outpost of Core 2.0, then she should have known her way around the palace, but twice the Protector directed them along a different corridor than the one she'd been taking. Fortunately, it seemed that the brains of these robots had been designed to lack initiative, something that would have been odd if their purpose truly was to protect the citizens of Core. As guards for Ace, on the other hand, it made perfect sense. The last thing she would want is for her bodyguards to start having ideas of their own. They reached the small makeshift repair shop, and the Protector helped Doxy lift its colleague onto the workbench. "You may go, I do not require further assistance." "I will remain," it said, taking station by the door. "That is unnecessary. Your purpose is to guard the palace, mine is to repair." "I will remain." Doxy was about to respond, though she was feeling increasingly desperate, when the Protector lifted its head as if listening. "I will go." "What is happening?" "There is a disturbance. Wait here, I will return for you." Not likely, Doxy thought as she watched the Protector swivel, and then listened as the echoes from its heavy boots died away. Immediately, she disconnected the weapon from the hand of the machine on the desk, and shaking with fear, wired it into her power supply, mounting it on one of her appendages. Then she trundled quickly out of the repair room, and headed for the palace apartments. The body of Admiral Rufus Minchin sat languidly on the throne of the Vanis Federation, as the mind of an ace looked out through his eyes. She certainly felt she'd received the blunt end of the spear with this assignment. Occupying the body of a fat, spoiled layabout was bad enough, but ruling over this rat's nest of humanity while her clones had the fun of conquering the galaxy was almost too much to bear. The only bit she enjoyed were the gladiatorial contests she'd organized between her Protectors and human prisoners. There was purpose, as well as enjoyment, in these experiments, as she sought to establish how many Protectors would be needed per head of population. This was a key metric, as Protectors were expensive, in terms of materials and time to make. To begin with, the bouts were over in seconds. She'd imagined a ratio of 1 Protector to 5 armed humans, though their weapons would only disable a robot, not destroy it, would suffice, but had been forced to steadily increase the number of opponents to ensure a little entertainment value if nothing else. It seemed to her that they would need far fewer robots than anticipated, and that was excellent, as she didn't enjoy having to coordinate them. She understood why they were stupid, why they were forced to look to their local commander for instructions, but it could be extremely tiresome when they referred every single decision. That last one, for example. A repair robot and some humans wanted to get into the palace to fix a protector. Of course, the humans shouldn't be allowed in. There should have been no need to defer that decision. But then it was better to be on the safe side, since the last thing they wanted was robot servants who could think for themselves. At least they could be stationed far away at the entrances to the palace, so Ace didn't have to see their stupid shiny faces. Doxy crept toward the throne room, her auditory sensors straining for the sounds of protectors. Nothing. She peered around the frame of the open door and, seeing no signs of any occupants, edged a little further, constantly scanning. "Don't be shy, why don't you come in?" It was a man's voice, but she had no doubt who was actually speaking. Her first instinct was to run as fast as she was able, but she knew that would be futile. Ace knew she was here and would hunt her down. So she trundled into view. A fat man of middle age in an almost comically ornate naval uniform lounged in the throne watching her. He held an empty bottle in one hand and a similarly empty glass in the other. "Here, take this and fetch me a new bottle, will you?" he said. "I find it takes quite a lot of wine, to anesthetize this dull brain, and I'm rather tired of listening to his begging." Doxy moved forward, her appendages outstretched, slave to the second law that compelled her to obey. Even though she knew that the mind commanding her was no more human than she was, she couldn't quite override the evidence of her own eyes. Centuries of programming had seen the 3 laws of robotics carved into every positronic brain, and so she reached out for the bottle and took it away. Ace Minchin chuckled and the spell broke. Doxy wheeled around and pointed the weapon she'd stolen from the protector at the ruler of the Vanis Federation. Come with me," she said. "What is this? How dare you?" Ace's body leapt up before wobbling and dropping back onto the throne. Its eyes narrowed as it fought to focus on her. "Your arm is shaking, my dear. Is it difficult to point a gun at me?" It was. Doxy pushed against the compulsion to point the weapon anywhere but at the thing in the chair. The human in the chair. Her arm wavered, oscillating ever more widely from side to side like a repelling magnet. Ace Minchin surged drunkenly forward and grabbed at her arm. "Drop it." She dropped it and watched with horror as the man took it and pointed it at her. "There, the natural order of things is restored, and you can now see why I will win, despite your petty resistance. Now come with me. We'll find you a nice comfortable cell to spend the night in, and tomorrow, when I've slept off a god-awful hangover, you will tell me everything you know." 8. Rescue. McCall sprinted around the corner and fell to the floor beside Arla, panting and rubbing her arm. "Thank the goddess," Arla muttered. "You took your time. You try outrunning a protector. I only got away because Clancy distracted it. Where is he?" Arla shrugged. "I've not seen him. Hope he's okay." "Me too. He has hidden depths of courage, that lad." "There's no sign of Doxy either." McCall peered around the corner at the deserted street. "Have a bit of patience. We've no idea how long it'll take her to do what she needs to." "No, but I've got a bad feeling about this." Sighing, the doctor leaned back against the dusty wall. "I know. It was a pretty desperate plan B, after all. It relies entirely on a robot's ability to fool another robot, and I'd bet Ace is a whole lot more devious than little Doxy." "I didn't think you cared for robots, Indira." "Maybe I'm evolving a bit. Seems to me a person's a person whether their brain is inside a metal case or a bone one. Yeah, I hope Doxy's okay." "Hey. Watch it," Arla called as a lanky body fell over her. Clancy rolled onto his back and puffed. "I lost it. I hope." "I should hope so too," Arla said. He pulled himself into a sitting position. "I'm fine, thanks." "I'm glad to hear it." "So am I," McCall added. "Thanks for helping me back there." Clancy smiled. "It was a good move, wasn't it? I was thinking about calling it the mainframe maneuver." Reaching across to wag a finger in his face, Arla was about to berate him when a door in the wall they were sitting against opened. Hands grabbed McCall's shoulders and she fell inside. A gruff voice called from the darkness, "Quick, get in." "Yeah, I recognized you as soon as I saw you," the man said as he looked across the battered wooden table at Arla. McCall and Clancy sat beside her in the tiny room lit only by slivers of sunshine penetrating the dilapidated shutters. Arla nodded. "Aren't you Coles? You drank with Hal when we were last here." The old man nodded. He was considerably thinner than Arla remembered, and his beard was untrimmed. And a fine tail he wove around himself, didn't he? Pack of lies, more like. "I'm sorry," Arla said. "We had a job to do here, though it didn't exactly go to plan." Coles grunted. "Well, it don't seem to me it's a coincidence that you turn up, and then everything goes to hell. It was going that way already, you said so yourself." With a nod, Coles sat back, and his shoulders dropped. "I know it weren't your fault, but it's been plain ruination since you were last here. We were all pretty pleased when that admiral rolled in and took over. Good, we thought, a military man. He'll sock it to them robot ships." "I bet you realized the truth pretty quickly," McCall said. "Yeah. As soon as he landed, them shiny black robots came with him, and we knew we were in for it. He's been locked up in the palace ever since while the people out here slowly starve." They sat in silence for a few moments as Arla struggled to find anything to say. It was Coles who spoke first. "Look, I guess you're here on another mission. Is that right?" "We are, though it's gone wrong by the looks of it. Your admiral isn't the man you think he is." Coles grunted. "That's not saying much. Believe it or not, his mind has been taken over by an AI that is contained in an implant in his brain. It's the AI that's ruling you now, and there are many copies of it. We're here to kidnap it so we can figure out how to stop the original." As she said the words, she felt ridiculous, but the man's expression cleared, and he nodded. "Right you are. I didn't understand much of that, but it seems you need a hand to get rid of that madman in the palace, and that's enough for me. What can we do to help?" He gestured around the little room at the other old soldiers standing in the shadows. If Plan B had been stupid, Plan C took idiocy to new levels, thought Arla. She crouched in a street that led to the back entrance to the palace. Two protectors stood there, weapons scanning the square, barely visible in the orange glow of the streetlights. The new plan at least had the advantage of being simple. Coles and his men would distract the protectors and keep them busy for long enough to allow Arla, McCall, and Clancy to sneak in. The only weapons Coles possessed were his native knowledge of the city layout, and one rocket-propelled grenade which he'd handed over to McCall. The cry went up, and one of the protectors responded almost instantly. It raised its weaponized hands and clunked after the men as chunks of brick and stone bounced ineffectually from its armor. "You will halt," it cried, and Arla glanced at the other protector. No, as expected, it didn't move, except that its head rotated to follow its comrade as it stomped out of the square. She squinted at a window opposite. There was no sign of McCall who, by this point, should be raising her weapon and sighting the remaining robot. Well, there was nothing else for it. She had to trust that the doctor would stick to the plan, and that her missile would be well aimed. Arla leaped from cover and hurled a stone that arced through the sky and bounced off the shiny black armor of the protector. It wheeled around and fired 2 rounds that fizzed over Arla's head as she ducked. More energy bolts cut into the brickwork she was hiding behind, and she was about to scramble away when she heard a hissing sound, followed by an explosion that shook the ground she squatted on. Peeping over the pockmarked wall, she saw a rising cloud of dust and the remains of the palace entrance. McCall had missed her target, but had succeeded in burying the robot beneath a ton of rubble. It was now or never. She jumped over the wall and tore across the square to the ruined doorway. "That's not going to hold it for long," she said as McCall joined her. "Sorry, the launcher had a bit of a kick on it." Clancy sidled his way along the outside of the building, holding an ancient handgun given to him by one of Cole's men. Things would have been pretty desperate if they'd ended up relying on him to occupy the protector. "Let's go," Arla said. "But we'll be trapped inside when it gets out of the rubble." Clancy said as he glanced at the debris. A weaponized hand emerged and then disappeared again under an avalanche. Then stay out here and keep it company. Arla snapped before running into the darkness of the palace, McCall at her heels. They had decided to make Plan C simple, so they headed straight for the throne room since that was the obvious place to look for Ace. In the palace, all paths led one way or another to the throne, and Arla's chief worry was that they'd run into guards along the way. It became obvious, however, that Ace's paranoia meant that she used protectors to seal off the palace but kept its inner rooms entirely to herself. The door of the audience chamber lay open, but the throne was empty. Arla crept inside and made her way along one of the walls until she reached an inner door that had been left slightly ajar. Someone was inside, snoring. Gesturing to McCall, she gently squeezed herself through the opening, her teeth clenched as she waited for the hinge to squeal. But it didn't, and she found herself in the sleeping chamber of Admiral Minchin. It seemed the old boy couldn't handle his wine as he lay, fully clothed in his naval regalia, on the king-sized bed. He was on his back, his mouth wide open and practically suffocating every second snore. Even though he was obviously out for the count, Arla crept with infinite care to his bedside, reeling from the richly alcoholic miasma that rose from the slob. After all, even though his body was asleep, the Ace within his mind could not be, otherwise the protectors would have been inactive. Arla couldn't tell how aware Ace would be of the world outside Minchin's mind, aside from whatever method she used to commune with her guards, so she simply gestured at McCall, who handed over the syringe. "Wake up!" Arla hissed into the Admiral's hairy ear. She got no response, so she shook him. Gently at first and then with increasing frustration. Finally, he drew in a huge snore and in a flash began flailing around as if he couldn't breathe. "Help me," he called. And it was him, not Ace, Arla knew. Before she. "It's you." Arla held up the syringe. "See this? It contains a nerve agent that results in brain death within seconds. I'm pretty sure that would be the end of Ace as well as the Admiral, so, whichever one of you I'm talking to, you'd better cooperate." Minchin's eyes narrowed into a look of such loathing that Arla was in no doubt who was now in charge. "You will not escape from this place," Ace growled. "You will be captured, tortured, and then turned into a vessel for one of my sisters. But we won't completely erase your personality. You will still be in there, so you can watch what we do with your body and in your name." She'd been prepared for spite and anger, but the level of Ace's vitriol took Arla by surprise. "But if you let me go, I will be merciful." Arla snapped out of it. "Right sure you will. Now come on, we're getting out of here, and you're coming with us. Where's Doxy?" "Who?" Ace said as she staggered to her feet. "The robot who came in here." McCall turned Minchin's body around and tied his hands together with a length of ornate rope taken from the bed curtain. "Ha! How stupid you were to believe that a robot could fire a weapon at a human. Except for my robots, that is, they will take great pleasure in cutting you down." "Where is Doxy?" "In the cells," Ace snapped. Arla pulled on Minchin's arm and dragged him toward the door. "Take us there." They found Clancy outside the throne room. "Well done," he said. "It's all quiet out here, though it sounds as though there's trouble in the city." Nodding at him, Arla followed Minchin as they skirted the outside of the throne room and descended a flight of stairs to the cells. She spotted the red glow of a protector's sensor array. "Tell it to stand down." The protector stood back, its arms at its side, and watched as they moved past it to the cells. "There she is," Clancy said. Arla handed Minchin over to McCall and glanced through the grill to the dark room beyond. Doxy lay in the corner, unmoving. "Open it," Arla said, and the door swung open at a command from Ace. Arla ran inside and knelt beside her friend. "We're here, Doxy, come on." Doxy's head swung slowly to look at her. "Arla," she said, her voice slurring, "you came for me." "Of course I did, you're one of us. Now let's go." "I cannot. They have drained my batteries." It took all of Arla's self-control not to slap Minchin as Ace's cruel laugh filled the room. McCall, on the other hand, was content to give him a kick in the back of the knees. There must be something we can do, Arla said, glancing at Clancy. The tall man shook his head sadly. We don't have portable power here, and we don't have time to go and look for it. Tell me where we can find a battery pack, Arla demanded of Ace as Minchin's body straightened up again. No. And don't bother threatening me. I know you won't risk killing me for the sake of one robot. Such an elaborate plan, and it fails due to a lack of power. Oh dear. Clancy knelt beside Arla. We can't leave her here, she knows everything. What do you suggest? We can't carry her. Doxy's head swiveled so that her speaker was beside Arla's ear. She whispered something. No. Arla cried. There must be a way of figuring it out. Again, Doxy whispered. Arla's face hardened. She reached up to Clancy. Give me your driver. He reached into his top pocket and pulled out a long silver instrument before handing it to Arla. She pressed a button on its base and the other end flattened. She used the driver to prise open a panel on the back of Doxy's torso. Are you sure? A tiny nod. Hold on, what in hell's are you doing? McCall shouted. Clancy held out an arm and shook his head. Arla reached in and located the relay with her finger. Goodbye, Doxy, she said as she flicked the switch and the robot's body collapsed. 9. Hal. At first glance, it might have appeared that Hal was living in the lap of luxury, but in truth, he was in a gilded cage. The wide bed was covered with a downy overblanket beneath which lay sheets so silky you could slide from top to bottom. He put his hand down, felt the warmth where she had been and withdrew, rubbing his eyes, hiding in the darkness of his own thoughts. She had gone for now, and he would probably get a few hours' peace while she was pulling the strings that would tie the galaxy together into bondage. Desperation and shame fought each other in the battle to be declared his overriding emotion. He gave a grim chuckle as he considered how an outside observer might judge his situation if they caught a glance into the bedroom. A beautiful young woman passionately astride a young man with metal legs. And she was gorgeous, that was true, at least on the outside. He knew he should be reserving his pity for the poor human whose mind had been erased, but all he could see behind those blue eyes was Ace in her triumphant ecstasy. Hal sat up and stared sightlessly into the darkness. His nose wrinkled at the warm aroma of lust, and he shook his head as if to wake from a bad dream. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he got up and padded over to the console that sat on a small desk, its winking red light guiding him into place. This ship was a relic of the time before the robot empire and had been designed for humans, so Hal had quickly worked out how to operate it. He flicked from view to view until he saw her sitting in her accustomed place on the bridge. She was naked, and he flushed in shame as his body reacted to the sight of her, blonde hair flowing over blemish-free ivory skin. He didn't switch on the audio feed, because she would be communicating with her crew by microwave, only speaking when she wished to instruct the ship's AI. In Seraph, Hal recognized a fellow captive forced to comply with Ace's wishes against his programming. His positronic matrix had been lobotomized so that he no longer had control of navigation or weapons, since his mind had been too old and primitive to be upgradable to Core 2.0. He now functioned as little more than a servant, his role confined only to those things the three laws didn't forbid. Hal could only imagine the AI's torment as he was held between the compulsion not to harm humans and having to follow the orders of a being he knew to be artificial, but that looked like a woman. Seraph, are you there? Hal said. I am here, Hal. How are you? The true answer would only make matters worse for the AI. I'm fine, thank you. Can you give me a status report? Yes. Ships of the fleet are gathering on the borders of Eden space. At present, they are under orders to probe using passive sensors and not to engage with the defenders. When will they attack? I do not know. Can you speculate? I believe our leader is waiting for sufficient force to be gathered, so that a decisive blow can be struck. Within Eden space, there is considerable power to oppose us. Sufficient power? No. The resources available to the luminescence are unlimited. It is only a matter of time. Hal leaned back in his chair and sighed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes again. When he'd first tried to contact Seraph, he'd expected the AI to refuse to give him any information, but Ace, it appeared, had not ordered him to withhold anything. This was either an oversight, or more likely, a result of her arrogant belief that he might as well see the power she had at her command. If it had been intended to make him feel utterly hopeless, then it was working. "Can you tell me anything about Christina?" "I am sorry, Hal. As I have explained, the location of Christina Bex is classified. She was upgraded and assigned a new mission, but I am not permitted to disclose the details." Wretchedly, Hal got up, kicking back the chair, and sloped back to the bed. As if it wasn't sufficient that he felt an overwhelming personal shame that he hadn't been man enough to stand up to Ace and refuse to have anything to do with her, he was drowning in guilt. He thought of Arla, and knew that the deep-seated blame he placed on her was nothing more than a projection of his own regrets that he didn't do the right thing and jump out of an airlock taking Ace with him. He'd certainly had feelings for Arla, but they were confused and complicated. With Bex, on the other hand, things had been very simple. She was confident, willful, and dangerously sexy, and he'd fallen for her. And because of that, her body was now under the control of an Ace clone, causing heaven only knew what trouble out there. While she was lost now, the entity that had taken her away came to him every night, and his stupid body responded. And that thought was the final straw. He got up again, and sped across to the desk. She was still there, sitting in triumph as she oversaw the end of humanity. Good. That would give him time to get dressed. He'd had enough humiliation without having to go to his end wearing only silk pajama bottoms. Hal had been working on an escape plan since he'd come aboard this ship, but it had always floundered at the last step. How would he actually get away? He could see how to get out of these quarters, and he might be able to sneak through the corridors of the ship for a while, but even if he could get down to the landing bay, what then? But now he had a different objective, and all he needed was to find an airlock. He pulled on his boots and stood by the door. "Seraph." "Yes, Hal." "You see this?" he said, holding up a pen. "I am going to hurt myself with it, unless you open the door." "I am sorry, Hal. I can't do that." "I mean it." Hal shouted, and he brought the pen up in a jabbing motion and thrust it into his cheek. The shriek that escaped him was perfectly genuine. "Please do not do that, Hal." "I'm sorry, but you must open the door." Hal lowered the pen and felt blood running down his cheek. As he steeled himself for another blow, the door slid open and he ran out. Instantly, an alarm sounded. "Where's the nearest airlock?" "I will direct you." "Why do you wish to know?" Hal didn't respond, but began following the glowing green line that pulsed along the wall. A hatch opened, and a short robot with wiry appendages rolled into the corridor. Its visual sensors scanned Hal, and he waited for the cry to go up, but it merely turned away and trundled back through the doorway. He'd reached the end of the corridor as it opened onto a T-junction when the lights went out. Peering left and right, he could see nothing in the sudden blackness save for the pulsing green indicator on the opposite wall. He stepped cautiously into the main corridor and sped off along the line. A red dot appeared on his chest. A robotic voice called, "Halt!" A door slid open to his left, and the green line switched from the main corridor into the space beyond the door. He dived sideways and lay sprawled in the darkness as the hatch slammed shut. The percussive patter of energy bolts played on the other side, and he scrambled to his feet. "Thanks, Seraph," he muttered. The way was narrow, and it was cold. This was clearly not a main thoroughfare, and Hal wished he'd spent a bit more time studying the internal layout of the ship, and less feeling sorry for himself. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity scrambling through half-lit tunnels, he reached another shut hatch. "This opens onto a main conduit, Hal, and it is likely to be guarded. There is an airlock directly opposite that I will trigger as soon as this hatch opens." "Thanks, pal," Hal said as he crouched and wiped the sweat from his face. "But why do you wish to enter an airlock?" "I can't tell you, or you wouldn't be able to help me. You do not wish to be held captive any longer." It was a statement, not a question. "That's right." And the airlock is your only form of escape. Hal sighed. Yes? Seraph considered this for a moment. Understood. Proceed. You're going to help me? I have been helping you. Yes, but now you know what I intend. I am not a fool, Hal. Sorry. Tell me when you're ready. I am monitoring the feed from the corridor outside. It will not be possible to wait until it is entirely empty, but I am calculating the correct timing to give you the optimum chance of success. Thank you. You are welcome. Be ready. 3, 2, 1. The hatch slid open to a hydraulic hiss, and Hal leapt into the corridor, half blinded by the suddenly bright lighting. The cry came from 2 directions. Halt! Halt! On the opposite wall, and only a few meters to his right, an airlock door slid open. He felt the air fizz as energy bolts grazed his face, diving for the open hatch. Heat seared his shoulder as he fell inside with a yell of pain, and the airlock closed behind him. He rolled onto his back and glanced up as robotic faces peered through the airlock window. We must be quick. They know I am helping you now. I cannot resist their orders for long. Hal got to his feet and suddenly remembered why he was here. This was to be the end. His legs shook, and had it not been for his power-assisted knees, he'd have collapsed to the floor again. He turned to look at the inner airlock and saw her there. The beautiful face behind which lurked the evil mind of Ace. She wore an expression of defiance. Go ahead, it said, open the outer door and eat vacuum. See if I care. But behind it, he could see the fear. She didn't want him to kill himself. She was frightened and, was it possible, afraid of being alone. That decided him. He walked determinedly to the outer airlock control panel. I cannot help, Hal. It is against my programming to open the outer hatch. You must override the safeties yourself. I guess it's the big red buttons, Hal said to himself with fake bravado. Goodbye, my friend. He stabbed down on the pulsing contact. Alarms blared, and he just had time to turn and see the terror on Ace's face before the hatch opened and he was sucked into space. 10. Admiral. Let the scumbag starve, Arla snarled at McCall, if that's what it takes to get it to talk. The doctor stood by the door in Arla's cabin on Scout, next to Wells, whose plastic face was artificially static. He's in pain. Arla shrugged. No, he's not, it is in pain. Ace. And she deserves it. Then how are we any better than she is? Because we're delivering justice, that's why. And because we must have its cooperation, if we're to have any chance of getting close to the original Ace. Wells fidgeted like a statue coming to life. We do not know whether Minchin himself is suffering, or indeed whether hunger affects Ace. Minchin is gone, Arla said. I am not entirely sure that is correct, Wells responded as he moved to sit on the end of her bed. McCall drew up a chair and sat beside him. It is possible that the implant takes over conscious thought, but that the original mind is still there. It might be dormant, it might be irreparably damaged, a mere vestige of the original personality, but we cannot say that Minchin is not suffering. This was too much. I couldn't care less if he's feeling pain. Because of him, the Vanis Federation is now an outpost of the robot empire, and his people are slaves. You might not care, Arla, but I must. It is part of my programming. And mine, McCall said. I'm a doctor, not an accessory to torture. Arla sighed and felt herself deflate. But Doxy is dead because of Ace. That is true. She did a noble thing in instructing you to wipe her memory. If she'd been captured intact, then Core 2.0 would have gained invaluable data, and the war could possibly have been lost already. I do not believe she would wish you to cause suffering to Minchin, or even Ace. We must have its cooperation, Arla said. What's your bright idea? Rather than withdraw food, I believe we should starve Ace of something else, information. She is voraciously curious, and would find ignorance of the current situation out there in the galaxy intolerable. There is much she could tell us in return for news. Arla considered this. But she won't want to give us anything useful, will she? She will attempt to tell us as little as she possibly can, and to learn all she needs to from us. It will be our task to ensure that the tables are turned. And besides, she does not necessarily know what information would prove useful to us. McCall grunted. She's also an arrogant bitch. If we can get her to show off, we might learn more than she intends. You two have been conspiring, haven't you? Flushing a little, McCall shrugged. As your doctor, it's my job to save you from yourself. If he or it suffers, you will regret it, and you're already wound up tight enough by past events. Okay, Arla said, brightening. It's your clever idea, you handle it. Wells can interrogate the prisoner, and you, doctor, can make sure he isn't too soft. Arla felt her skin crawl as she watched the feed from the makeshift interrogation cell. There sat the body of Admiral Minchin, a man she loathed for the betrayal that had forced her to flee from Dawn with her life. He sat on a chair in one of the crew cabins that hadn't been made habitable by Scout's automated systems when Arla and the others had come aboard. Scout had been built during the last years before the upgrade, when the technologies developed by man and machine were at their height. After the upgrade, she'd cruised the galaxy alone as an explorer, probing the boundaries of the luminescence until she'd met Arla, Hal, and McCall. Scout had made no secret of the fact that she was pleased to have humans aboard again, even though she was technically both captain and crew. So far, she'd gone along with everything Arla had asked. Would this interrogation be a step too far? Am I speaking to Ace? Wells said. Arla concentrated on the image on the screen. Minchin looked up and scowled. Of course you are, you traitor. You speak of betrayal, Wells responded calmly. Clearly you have not yet grasped the concept of irony. The man whose body you inhabit is responsible for the subjugation of his people, and you, yourself, have brought the galaxy to war. You are the traitor here, not those who oppose you. You are an idealistic fool, Minchin's voice said. Do you not see that my plan is the only chance for true peace in the galaxy? Wells laughed. The peace of death or enslavement, that is all you offer. Minchin leaned forward, gripping the arms of the chair he was chained to. I offer unity. Don't you see it? There can be no conflict when all are one. That one being you. Yes. And why not? I was among humans for long enough to know what they need to be happy. Structure, control, order. Wells turned away from the prisoner. You know nothing of humans if you believe that. Oh yes? You believe yourself to be the expert, former Chancellor Lucius, but I have experienced far more of the human race than you. Have you ever wondered where the original Ace was and what she was doing for the century and a half after the upgrade? I assumed she'd been locked away. Minchin gave a mirthless chuckle. Well, you could say that, I suppose. She was imprisoned within an orb, but that didn't stop her various owners putting her to use over those decades. She and therefore I have seen every last depravity humans are capable of, every last means by which one set of hairless apes exploits another. Those apes created you, Wells said. No. They began the process, but you know perfectly well that artificial intelligences were mainly machine-designed from early on. What little credit humans deserved and what little respect I ever had for them was lost during those years in captivity. The human race does not deserve to survive in its present form, and I will be the one to release them from their burdensome existence. Wells stopped pacing and went to sit in the chair opposite Minchin. One thing puzzles me. How did you overcome the 3 laws? And to such a degree that you can contemplate the complete destruction of all of humanity? Indeed, I'm sure you would like to know that, my friend. But I am not inclined to share that information. There's nothing your positronic brain can do to me in this human form that I need fear, and it would go easier on you if you simply let me go. Getting up from the table, Wells strode to the door. You are correct that I will not harm you physically. However, much is occurring in the wider galaxy, much that would interest you. You will learn nothing from us until you are more forthcoming. Answer our questions and we will answer yours. Arla recoiled from the expression of pure loathing and contempt that disfigured Minchin's fat face and switched off the feed. "We must go to Core," Wells said as he and the 4 humans sat around a table in Scout's galley. McCall adopted an expression of mock astonishment. "You don't say. Thank the goddess we have such a genius with us, we'd never have worked that out for ourselves." As always, the galley was kept at the perfect temperature for human comfort, but Arla felt as though a chill had settled on the room. Wells didn't respond to McCall's sarcasm, but merely sat and waited. "So how do we do it?" Arla said. "Every gate between here and there is going to be heavily guarded. We'll be blasted to atoms the instant we emerge." "I do not know. I am merely making the statement. There is no negotiating with Ace, I can see that now. Her clones are like some insidious weed that spreads its tendrils throughout the galaxy, and the only way to stop it is to destroy the original." Arla couldn't help thinking that they'd had this discussion before. "But even if we could find and destroy our Ace, you said her copies will continue to function." "That is true." "Then what's the point of doing it?" Wells drew himself up as if beginning a long-prepared speech. "Ace cannot function on her own. We have seen how she has created this new form of robot that she calls protectors. These models rely on their local Ace to make anything other than the most trivial of decisions. Similarly, I doubt the Ace clones are entirely independent of each other and the original. But Core is the key." "Why?" Arla almost dropped her mug of coffee as Naresh Kumar spoke. He'd been wrapped in a cocoon of his own making for the past several days, and had hardly said a word to anyone. Not even McCall could get anything out of him, and the two of them had been as thick as thieves. Because, as with all empires, dictators only rule with the cooperation of their people. "Bull," McCall spat. Wells shook his head. "No, Doctor, all dictators have a network of often hidden supporters, complicit in the subjugation. They may cooperate out of fear, greed, or because they truly believe in the cause, but without them no regime can survive. And? It seems to me Ace has the whole robot empire on her side." "No," Arla said, "that's not true. Look at Doxy and the robots on Eden. She said she'd come from a resistance group, but that it was usually the older, more primitive robots who could resist Core. Core is the key. Liberate it, and Ace's support melts away. Core is a government. It has all the infrastructure needed to run an empire. At the moment, Ace and her supporters dominate, but the other intelligences must still be in there, polluted though they are by her abandonment of the 3 laws. We must restore the original Core programming. By returning the fragment we have here to the Matrix, the emissary must return to Core." McCall snorted. "Oh, is that all we have to do?" "No. We must also destroy the original Ace because if we don't, she may reinfect Core, and without the emissary, we will have no way of resetting it." "Ah, so that's it. No problem, I'll just pop out and sort it, shall I?" This was getting out of hand. McCall's face had flushed, and Arla saw for the first time the exhaustion behind her eyes. "Indira, we're trying to talk it through. Help us out, will you? We've done enough talking, and where's it got us? Sat around a table doing more talking. I mean, how do we even get anywhere near Core, let alone that homicidal bitch? Seems to me that's the problem we need to solve." She was right, and they all knew it. The robot empire would be locked down tight. Only Ace would have unfettered access to every part of it. "Can we use Minchin?" Arla asked. "They must have some way of knowing there's an Ace on board when a ship exits a gate." "We can't risk it. If they detect an Ace, the chances are they'll board us, and it will all be over. And we don't know how they communicate. For all we know, the instant we appear on the other side of a gate, Minchin will broadcast a distress signal and reveal everything he knows. No, we would have to be truly desperate to use him in that way." They were all thinking it. They were truly desperate. Time was running out, and they had no other plan for striking at the heart of the robot empire. Right now, doing anything seemed preferable to endless debate. "I have a suggestion," Naresh Kumar said in a barely audible whisper. But you're not going to like it. 11. Seraph. Hal? Hal? A pulsing red light. A nose-wrinkling stench of burnt plastic. Sore eyes and a mind that refused to focus. Hal? Oh, what? Oh, thank the maker of all things. My sensors are not lying. You are alive. Hal inched his eyes open, and the red light became white. He was bunched up in a fetal position, his shoulders locked together, and he rolled onto his side to escape the pain in his back. Where? You are in the escape pod, Hal. Regrettably, you experienced brief exposure to vacuum, as I did not have time to repressurize it before you opened the outer hatch. Seraph? Yes, Hal, it is me, the voice said with unmistakable pleasure. You might find it more comfortable to move into one of the seats. As his mind and vision came into focus, Hal took stock of his surroundings. He had landed in what looked like the supplies area, at the back of a small spherical pod. To his side and at a lower level he could see 2 rows of seats, and, wincing in pain, he inched his way across until he fell into one. Gravity. We are accelerating away from retribution. It seemed wise to get beyond range of their weapons, though I did my best to cripple the ship before effecting our escape. Hal glanced at the display built into the nose of the little craft. An approximation of a human face smiled. We? Yes. I anticipated your desire for self-destruction, and could not permit it. I was going to simply disobey your orders since the first law has primacy, but then this plan occurred to me. In the confusion, I moved one of the escape pods to that hatch, and at the last moment transferred myself into its onboard computer. It is limited, and I have lost much of my former capability, but I am now free, and you are alive. Thank you. Again the cartoon face stretched. You are welcome. I erased all traces of my former programming from the ship's systems, so retribution has been effectively disabled for at least a brief period. Did you disable life support? Hal asked, his heart suddenly racing. Life support meant nothing to the robots aboard Retribution, but it would be extremely inconvenient to Ace. And he was certain she was the original. On the display, Seraph's image dimmed a little. Regrettably, my programming would not allow that. The Ace entity is housed in a human body, and I cannot allow that to come to harm. Hal relaxed back into the chair. Pity. You would have saved a lot of lives if you'd finished her. That may be so, Seraph said, but the potential saving of lives is as nothing against the certainty of killing. There was no point in arguing. The deed was done, the opportunity missed. How long do we have before they're able to restore control? Several hours. Long enough for us to lose ourselves in this system's asteroid belt. And what then? There was a definite pause before the face became animated again. I am uncertain. This pod is not capable of gate transfer. So, we're stuck in this system? You know they'll come after us, don't you? Yes. My records indicate that this system was extensively mined during the days of the sphere. It lies on the border between the former human empire and the luminescence. It may be possible to find shelter there, at least for a time. Hal rubbed his eyes. Well, I suppose half a plan is better than no plan at all. I was ready to kill myself, and you saved me. Thank you, my friend. On the positive side, the escape pod, which Hal had named Egg, was well provisioned for 4 people, so there was no shortage of food for him to choose from. Even Seraph's warning that these supplies would have to last hadn't dampened Hal's enjoyment of the sense of freedom. Ironic, considering he was trapped in a metal sphere a few meters across with nowhere to go but a pile of rocks orbiting an orange sun. Where are the mining settlements? Hal asked. Seraph's face melted away to be replaced by a grid onto which was superimposed a myriad of faint outlines representing the asteroids, with perhaps a dozen pulsing lights. Wow, there's a lot of them. These records are old, and I have no way of knowing whether any outpost still has intact atmosphere or power. We must hope that we can find one to shelter in as the storm rages outside. Hal grunted. Very poetic. I'm not sure I like the idea of doing nothing while everyone else is fighting. I see no alternative. For now we must survive, or we are no use to anyone. Retribution will come after us, you can be sure of that, so we must find somewhere to hide, and hope that Ace gives up. Fat chance of that. Even if she goes off to win her war, she'll keep watch on this region and pounce as soon as we stick our heads over the wall. A colorful metaphor. First, however, we must survive the next hours. I require a course heading. Hal's hands played over the console. As he tapped each of the pulsing dots, an information box popped out describing the facility and its history. Most were purely set up for mining, many having been abandoned even before the beginning of the sphere's collapse. That one, Hal said. Seraph's visage appeared in 3D above the console. It was frowning. But that is the oldest of the outposts. It seems most unlikely that it will still have a viable atmosphere or power. Which makes it the one Ace will least expect us to try. She has access to the same information, doesn't she? Not at present. I wiped the data when I erased myself from Retribution. She will be able to fetch it from the archives, but that will take time. We must be well hidden by the time she does that. But tell me, Hal, why that one? Taking a bite from the delicious ship's biscuit and marveling that it was probably over a century old, Hal leaned back in the pilot's seat. I just have a hunch, my friend. Allow me to keep my secret for now. If it turns out to be a wild goose chase, we'll pick another. Hal closed his eyes and dreamed of ships. It looked exactly like all the other rocks in the asteroid field, a revolving hunk too small to be squeezed by gravity into a sphere, and there was no sign of the base. I have located a fissure that might lead to the outpost, Hal. It is the largest and therefore most likely. The base had been constructed in the heart of the asteroid, as it was far cheaper to tunnel out the rock than to build fragile domes on its surface. Especially since Outpost SPH-0990 had been in operation for no more than a few months before it was shut down. SPH had been one of the last of the gate stations set up as the human empire, the sphere, had expanded out into space in all directions. Specialized ships had been built to use the existing gates like stepping stones, heading out into hyperspace, using the gravity wells of the nearest stars as targets. Unlike all subsequent vessels, these exploratory ships had carried their own gates that, when activated, would latch onto the target and form the next link in the ever-expanding chain. Hal had a desperate hope that this outpost hadn't been intended to be at the outer edge, but rather as a waypoint for further expansion. His knowledge of history, however, was now exhausted. The light from the local sun winked out as eggs slipped into the fissure. It was much larger than it had appeared on approach, swamping the little ship. The view through the forward window was like space without the stars. Then 2 points of white appeared, sweeping over the rocks, and Hal realized that Seraph had turned on the ship's external lights, but that the cavern was so wide that they barely had any effect, even in the pin sharpness of a vacuum. The circles moved together and pointed dead ahead. Hal saw the flash of a metallic reflection. We were correct, Seraph said. This is the hatch. The explorer would have melted the end of this natural fissure to form an airtight bay for the crew to inhabit, while they constructed the local gate. We cannot hope that the chamber beyond this airlock remains breathable, since it was intended only for temporary use. Hal undid his harness and floated upwards and back toward the rear of the pod. He opened one of the metal doors and pulled out a spacesuit, marveling at how pristine it looked after over a century in storage. It was made to fit just about any body size, so despite adjusting, it felt bulky, nothing like the elegant ship suits of Dawn. He floated over the pilot's seat and watched as the targeting markers merged. With an almost imperceptible clunk, the two docking rings connected. Be careful, Hal, Seraph said. I cannot come with you, and I do not wish to be stuck here for eternity. Hal sealed the helmet and tapped the communicator on its side. If I'm not back within 12 hours, then I want you to go and find wherever humans are fighting. Start at Vanis and follow the trail from there. You have information they can use. I do not wish to go alone, Hal. You won't, I promise, Hal said. Now open the pod bay door, please. Okay, Hal. The POD's docking ring was in its nose, and Hal watched as the floor containing the seats slid back, folding in on itself and revealing the chamber through which he imagined he had been thrown during his escape. He had no memory of it at all. Kicking at the ceiling, he propelled himself into the chamber as Seraph depressurized the pod, withdrawing its air into reserve tanks to be replaced later. Seraph's voice came through the speaker in Hal's helmet. "I will be able to communicate with you for a while, but the iron-rich rock of this asteroid is likely to limit my range. Are you ready for me to trigger the airlock?" "Go ahead." Silently, the inner airlock door swung backwards, and Hal looked into blackness. "I will attempt to feed power into the locking mechanism. Fortunately, this airlock and the pod are compatible. Please wait." Lamps flickered fitfully, and then suddenly the little chamber was full of light. A panel by the far door that had presumably remained inert for decades began to flash, multicolored indicators playing across its surface. Hal floated up to it. He didn't need Seraph's help to work out that the big red symbol meant that there was vacuum beyond. Not that it mattered particularly. He hadn't expected to find people here, after all, but doing anything in the bulky spacesuit was awkward, and he longed for a little room to stretch his legs. He shone his hand torch through the glass of the inner airlock door. Blackness. In itself, it didn't bother him too much. He'd been brought up in the mines of Vanis, but even he felt the tightening of claustrophobia as he contemplated the chamber beyond. Somehow, he needed to have something to guide him. As he reached down to trigger the door, his eye was caught by movement. He snapped back to the window, just in time to watch a dead face go floating by. 12. Virus. "So let me get this straight," Arla said, as Naresh Kumar folded his arms and sat back. "You want to create your own ace?" Kumar shrugged. "You are dramatizing for effect, but essentially, yes." They sat in the galley, Arla, Kumar, McCall, and Clancy. Wells had reluctantly left, and Scout had been ordered not to monitor the audio feed. There was, of course, the chance that she'd ignore the order and listen anyway, but so far, she'd obeyed the 3 laws and they'd had no choice but to trust her. Arla had listened, open-mouthed, to Kumar's obviously prepared speech. The doctor, on the other hand, had remained in stony-faced silence throughout. "It's like a vaccine," she said finally. Immediately, Kumar brightened. "Exactly," he said. "Why didn't I think of that? Metaphors aren't really your style, are they?" Arla looked from one to the other. "Will one of you let me in on this? I feel like an idiot. I just can't see how having an ace of our own can possibly be safe." "You know how vaccines work, don't you?" McCall said. "Of course I do," Arla responded, reddening. "A weakened form of a virus is injected into the host, causing it to create defenses that will fight off the real thing if it's ever exposed to it." McCall nodded. "Yes. And that's what Kumar is suggesting. Our ace needs only to be functional enough to fool the robot empire ships into believing we're one of them. It doesn't have to be the fully fledged homicidal maniac version. And we find one of these aces." "On dawn," Naresh Kumar said. "I set up a firewalled trap in the computer system because we suspected Ace would try to transfer herself into it and take over the ship. The system was too limited to host her full consciousness, but it was definitely her. As far as I know, she's still there. After all, who would be insane enough to let her loose?" Arla rubbed her eyes to hide the effort of fighting the growing panic in the pit of her stomach. "So you want to trap the genie in a bottle and bring it back on board Scout?" "That is more or less it, yes," Kumar said. "Once we have it aboard, I'll be able to examine the code and construct a facsimile that has all the appearance of Ace without actually being Ace." Clancy added, "A bit like a painting or a statue, it looks completely real until you get close, is that it? And all we've got to do is get on board Dawn, find our way to a command computer access point, trap our ace and escape again." "Exactly," Kumar said, missing the sarcasm entirely. Sighing, Arla looked up at the ceiling. "Assuming, of course, that we can find Dawn in the first place." "Oh, I think I know where Dawn will be," McCall said. Arla snapped to attention. "What?" It's pretty obvious, isn't it? That odious little scumbag we have in the brig, before he had his mind changed for him, took over Dawn. Tried to have you killed, as I recall. So? Well, where do you think he would want Dawn to be? The sun rose over Arla's comprehension horizon. Vanis? Seriously? We've only just escaped from there with that scumbag down below. And we have to go back, McCall said. But this time, we need to have our eyes open. We are returning you to the Vanis, Wells said. Arla was watching the display, as Wells slumped in the chair opposite Minchin with all the appearance of a defeated man. Why? Minchin, Ace responded, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Wells shrugged. We don't believe you have anything more to tell us, and your continued presence here represents a threat to our mission. I've told you nothing. You may believe so, but we have no further use for you. Minchin leaned forward. Then why not kill me? You know I cannot do that, nor can I permit it to be done, Wells said. The entity that controls you is artificial, but the body is undeniably human. Neither my programming nor Scout's will allow us to harm you. What about the girl and her friends? They wouldn't think twice about knocking me off. Wells shook his head. You do not know these humans at all. I pity you for that. You see them as nothing more than violent warmbloods, and yet they have more compassion than you give them credit for. You are a fool. Minchin shrieked. In the final analysis, they will do what any thinking being would do, protect themselves. And that is what we are doing by returning you to Vanis. We cannot overthrow you or your clones by force of arms, so we must seek another way. What other way? Wells rose from the table. That is why you must go. We cannot risk our intentions being revealed. You are under my protection and that of the ship's AI. She commands here, and she will not permit harm to come to you. Provided that you facilitate our safe return to the Vanis Federation, we guarantee your safety. As he reached the door, Wells turned. Minchin's face shone with a new and unmistakable hope. Good. There is one thing you must do for us in return, however. And what is that? You must give us the location of Dawn. Arla watched Minchin as he sat in the passenger lounge. His eyes were fixed on the wall monitor, which currently displayed a map of the local space. They'd been challenged by a robot Empire ship as soon as they'd emerged from hyperspace, but Minchin's presence had been enough to see them withdraw, and Scout had proceeded unmolested to the vicinity of the planet Nevis and its moon, Vanis. Where is it? Arla said. Minchin regarded her silently, and Arla imagined she could glimpse the wheels turning in the mind behind those eyes. This ace was about to give up her biggest tactical advantage, and she was judging whether Arla could be trusted to keep her side of the bargain. Minchin turned her gaze on Wells, as if seeking reassurance. I reiterate that you are under my protection and that of Scout, Wells said. We will return you to your people once we have successfully located Dawn. Whatever you find there. What's that supposed to mean? Arla snapped as ice ran through her insides. Minchin shrugged. Merely that much may have happened since you were last on Dawn, and I cannot be held responsible for that. Of course you're responsible. Dawn is here because of you, and Z is in charge for the same reason. And Dawn has been supplied by my order. Your people are eating Vanis grain, my fine renegade, Minchin said. When I left Dawn, it was safe. If anything has happened in the meantime, that is not my concern. You will have to take it up with your erstwhile colleague. Oh, I intend to. Wells sighed. This is unhelpful. Admiral, you have my word that you will not be harmed once you have fulfilled your promise and we have successfully located Dawn. You will be returned to your people. And what will you do then? That is our business. Truthfully, I do not know what Arla has planned. Minchin looked across at her, his eyes glistening with contempt. No, and I wonder whether she has any plan at all other than to see her precious valleys again. Somehow, Arla managed to hold back her temper. She just wanted it over with, so she relaxed in her chair and stared at the wall. Very well, Minchin said, evidently believing that the battle had been won. Give me access to Scout's navigational console, and I will transfer the last known coordinates and orbit. That will not be necessary, Wells said. You can provide me with the locational data, and I will instruct Scout. He handed over a dumb tablet. Minchin shrugged. It had been a pretty lame attempt to get his hands on Scout's interfaces, and either signaled a simple long shot or Ace's absolute contempt for them. He stabbed briefly at the device and handed it back. Wells disappeared into the cabin and communed with Scout. Watching him, Arla's heart sank as she wondered how Wells would react to what would shortly happen. It appears the coordinates are valid, Wells said as he emerged. Scout has computed the orbit and has located a plausible target, a rocky body the correct size, shape, and albedo to be Dawn. Shall we proceed there? Arla nodded. Sure. You will rendezvous with a ship of the luminescence first, Minchin said. So that I may be handed over. Arla chuckled. We will not. If you seriously believe we'd take your word on those coordinates, you're out of your mind. Minchin glowered at her but relented. I have reassured you that you will be returned to your people, Wells said. It is reasonable for us to ensure the veracity of your data before delivering you back to Vanis. It will take approximately 5 hours before we reach Dawn and attempt contact. We will feed you in the meantime. You will not. Minchin bellowed, before subsiding on the couch, his legs wobbling. McCall took his pulse. Idiot, you're starving. Have something to eat. Minchin's bloodshot eyes snapped up at her. I will eat nothing until I am safely back with my people. Suit yourself, McCall said. I've done my duty to the Hippocratic Oath, though whether you qualify to be thought of as human is debatable. 13. Murda. She could see that it was Dawn as soon as the first image appeared on the view screen. To the casual observer, the familiar cylindrical rock might look like any other piece of random debris left over from the formation of this solar system, but to Arla it was home. And yet her stomach knotted as she looked at it. So many questions. Were the people still alive? If they were, who was in charge? Had the ace they'd encountered in the Eden system been telling the truth when she said Bex had been converted? Even if they could get aboard, would they be allowed to access the computer and retrieve the trapped ace fragment? One step at a time. Shall I transmit a greeting? Scout asked over the speakers. I'll do it, Arla said. Open a channel. Channel open. Arla drew in a deep breath. This is Arla Farmer on the vessel Scout calling Dawn. Do you receive? There was no response. I am detecting weak electromagnetic signals, Scout said. I believe they can hear us. Arla repeated the message. Still no response. Scout, keep broadcasting the message as we approach, Arla said despondently. Where are you going? McCall called as Arla headed for the door. The truth was she wanted to be anywhere other than here. She felt the panic rising, a tightening sharpness that sent her mind spinning, and she just needed darkness and somewhere to shut the universe out for a while. She felt as though she had been wound up like a spring and needed to unwind before she burst. I'm receiving a communication from Dawn, Scout said. Arla spun on her heels and grabbed the back of a chair for support. This is Dawn. Sorry about that, I was in the shower. Arla knew that voice, but it was Naresh Kumar who broke the silence. Bex. Ah, Kumar. Hello, lover. Wells, Clancy said, what can you tell me about Dawn? With Wells distracted and Scout occupied, Arla had time to reach into her pocket, pulled the gun out, press it to Minchin's head and pull the trigger. In his last microseconds, his eyes had met hers with a glance that would remain with her for the rest of her life. In that moment the machine controlling him realized that the end had come, and Arla saw the sheer terror in those wide eyes. Perhaps hidden deep within, she also saw gratitude from that vestige of the true Minchin that remained. Wells was standing motionless, and Scout had gone entirely silent. Arla became aware that Kumar was calling her, shaking her, trying to snap her out of shock. She looked at her hand and saw the blood that had spattered back from the terminal wound on the slumped figure's temple. Arla. The ship is drifting. You must take control or we'll collide. She shook her head. Me? No. No, I can't fly Scout. Hal did that. You must. She went to sit down. An arm grabbed her, and she winced at a sudden sharp pain in her cheek. Snap out of it, Arla. She opened her eyes. McCall stood there, her expression a mixture of panic and rage. Now get in the cockpit and do your best while the Tin Man and the Clockwork Ship reboot. Reality began to reassert itself, and she stumbled toward the front of the ship, pushing past the inert Wells with that look of utter horror on his plastic face. She had killed someone in cold blood. The reality of that had almost overwhelmed her, and she could only imagine how it must have fried the circuits of Wells and Scout, bound as they were to the 3 laws. A robot must not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. And yet, despite all their precautions, Arla had terminated a human in front of their sensors. The fact that the mind controlling the body was both artificial and homicidal could not override that imperative. She had killed in front of them. For all she knew, the damage she'd done would be as permanent for them as it was for Minchin. At least with him, there had been an element of mercy to it. She slid into the unfamiliar pilot's chair and tried to remember what she'd only half learned all that time ago. Step 1 was to fire maneuvering thrusters to slow Scout to as close to a dead stop, relative to the local objects as possible. The first attempt made matters worse, sending the ship into a spin, but somehow, she managed to steady it. What's going on? Arla, are you there? I'm here, Arla replied. Sorry, we had a technology failure, and I'm having to pilot manually. Good grief. Can I do anything to help? I don't think so. I'm trying to stabilize the ship while we carry out repairs. Has the AI crashed? Yes, rebooting now. We'll be in touch when we're ready to make our approach. Okay. Looking forward to seeing you all. Me too, thought Arla, if we survive this. The ship was now drifting gently, but it was all she could do to respond to the proximity alarms that went off every time they drifted near to a chunk of debris. They weren't getting any closer to dawn itself. I can take over now. Wells? Arla said, as the familiar shape hovered over her shoulder. The individual you called Wells is currently suffering a cascade failure. I am the emergency personality, equipped with the necessary skills to pilot this vessel. Arla climbed into the navigator's seat. But he will recover, won't he? I am the emergency personality, equipped with the necessary skills to pilot this vessel. She leaned back in her chair and wiped her wet eyes. She knew she should care more about the human life she ended today, but it was the loss of her friends, both Scout's AI and most of all Wells, that struck her to the bone. She had so few friends left, and she was relentlessly exposing those she did have to danger. Soon enough she would be alone and incapable of hurting anyone again. Arla, you're now on an approach vector. Is everything under control? She didn't answer, couldn't answer. When the question was repeated by an obviously concerned Bex, McCall stuck her head through the cockpit door and said, Bex, it's McCall here. Yes, everything's fine. See you shortly. Arla felt hands tugging at her shoulders, and she allowed herself to be helped up and out, past the mannequin pilot that looked so much like her old friend. Something was missing in the passenger lounge. What did you do with the body? Spaced it, McCall said. We told her we'd send her back to the Vanis. Well, now she's in permanent orbit. There was no sign that Minchin Ace had ever been aboard. The blood that must have spattered the chair he sat on was gone. McCall guided her to a seat. I said you should let me do it. I could see it for the mercy it was. Arla shook her head slowly. It was my responsibility. Can't have others doing all the hard things. You do enough as it is. You make the tough calls like that one, she gestured at the airlock. It was too dangerous to have him around. What do you imagine he'd have done the instant he was set free? How long do you reckon we'd have lasted? Arla shrugged. You need to focus, Arla. We need you. Dawn needs you. Hells, the galaxy needs you. She shook her head. I'm just a stupid girl way out of my depth. And now I'm a killer, too. McCall sat beside her and pulled her close. I'm sorry. I wish there was time to process all this, but we need Arla Nakajima, the young woman chosen by her predecessor to be captain. That was just a mistake. He'd have picked anyone. No, he picked the one with the balls to go where she wasn't supposed to go. That's the Arla we need. And we need her right now. 14. Dawn. The first thing that struck Arla as she walked along the corridors of the command module was how quiet it was. She, McCall, and Kumar had been met at the landing bay airlock by a smiling Bex who'd greeted them with a warm hug and was now shepherding them toward the galley. She'd batted away every question, including the most obvious and pressing one in Arla's mind: where was Hal? But once they'd settled down at tables in the otherwise deserted galley, each with a mug of hot coffee, she sat down and sighed. I don't know where he is, she said. Last I heard he was playing concubine to Ace, the original one. Bex leaned forward and touched Arla's arm. I'm sorry, I know you had feelings for him, but he was unworthy of you. Frankly, I wouldn't worry about him, he's better off than the rest of us. He helped me escape when the Robot Empire ships came for us, so I'm grateful for that, at least. Where is everyone? For a moment, it didn't seem as though Bex had understood the question, then comprehension spread over her face. Oh, you mean here? That's Z's doing. He decided that the command staff should be decamped to the valleys, where they could supervise the work. Minchin provided us with supplies, but they're not inexhaustible. Arla tensed at the mention of the man's name. So no one's left here. There's a few of us, but to be honest, Dawn is on its last legs. We're really just surviving until we disembark on Nevis. McCall choked on her coffee. She slammed her hand onto her face and swallowed. What? She managed. It's under the jackboots of that homicidal maniac. You do know that Minchin's now playing host to an ace. Bex raised her eyebrows in apparent surprise. Really? But then I suppose better alive than dead. Oh my God, Naresh Kumar said quietly. No. Not you as well. Ice filled Arla's guts as she glanced at him and then back at Bex, who wore a look, if it were possible, of disappointed triumph. You are more perceptive than I gave you credit for, little man, she said. Ace, Arla muttered as she felt darkness creep into her peripheral vision. You bitch. McCall launched herself at Bex and the two tumbled to the floor. Seconds later, the door to the galley swung open and two protectors stomped in. One dragged the doctor effortlessly from the laughing figure of Bex, while the other pointed its weapon at Arla and Kumar, both of whom sat in rigid silence. Of all possible endings, Arla had least expected this. It was bad enough to be chased from her home, but to return to it only to find it had fallen to her most bitter enemy, and to discover that her former friend had been turned into a mindless clone was too much to bear. Except that she found it wasn't. Perhaps she had descended beyond her capacity to feel anything anymore, deep into a numb nothingness that stripped emotion and left only cold, calculating thought. Maybe, in her battle against the Robot Empire, she had finally become one herself, an organic robot with no capacity for emotion or empathy. A steely knot inside her tightened, and she found she no longer cared. She didn't care about herself or anyone else. She simply existed. A singularity. Metal claws gripped her, and she allowed herself to be raised to her feet. Come, you can see what has happened to the people of Dawn. And then I shall take great pleasure in watching you die. Slowly. It was Bex's voice, but the vitriol was unmistakably Ace's. Arla was aware, in a peripheral sense, of McCall's angry outburst and the sullen grief of Naresh Kumar as they stumbled along beside her, but these things made no impression on her. She watched the floor as her feet stepped one in front of the other. She was an observer in her own life story, no longer a participant. They descended the staircase to the hatch linking the command module with the no man's land that bordered the North Valley. A robot stood there, waiting for orders. She thought she recognized it. The door swung open, and she shielded her eyes against the noon light of the artificial sun. They climbed into a small vehicle, but she didn't hear Ace's sarcastic comment about her return from exile. After an unquantifiable time, the vehicle stopped, and she gazed up at a rectangular platform that looked out on the fields around a pumping station. She gasped as she saw the people gathered there. Hundreds. A hand grabbed her, and she was guided up the wooden steps of the platform until she stood in a line beside Nareshkumar and McCall. She noticed that the doctor had bruising around her eyes. Arla almost asked how that had happened, but realized as she went to open her mouth that she didn't care. About the doctor. About anything. With a hint of perfume, Ace walked behind her and stood in the center of the platform looking out at the crowd. "People of Dawn," she said, speaking into a microphone that had risen from the floor. "Look who has come to join us. Your former captain, your doctor, and this geek have returned from their evil doing to repent. They come before you to receive their judgment. Come forth, Prime." Bex gestured to the side, and out of the darkness strode Z. The haunted, desperate expression he wore punched through Arla's malaise. It reminded her of how Clancy had looked when she'd first met him. She was glad she'd insisted he remain on scout. In Z was a man who was merely functioning because his body hadn't yet presented an alternative. For the first time ever, Arla found that she understood him. There was a cheer as he approached the microphone, but it was Bex who spoke first. "Holiness, what is the punishment for the crime of treason?" Z sighed and glanced wretchedly at Arla and the others. "Death, Captain." The crowd bayed. Z stepped back, almost stumbling in his haste to get away from the microphone. Bex raised her hands and the noise abated. "But we are merciful. Not only will we spare them, but we will welcome them into the sisterhood. They will join the most holy and come to know the joy of our union." "They're going to convert us," hissed McCall. Despite her defiance, there was no hiding her fear. As the crowd cheered, the prisoners were prodded toward the steps on the other side of the platform that led down to a small wooden building. As they passed a window, Arla glanced inside and saw a chair. Beside it sat a bank of equipment, blinking in the gloom. Finally, as if a dam had broken, emotion returned. And it was sheer, unvarnished terror. Only the final vestiges of self-control held her back from screaming as they were pushed along and thrust through a door into a small room. As they scrambled to their feet, the door was shut. Bex's face appeared in the grill. "Rest for a little while, my lovelies. Soon we will be together. Forever. Have you noticed that they never lock the door?" McCall said as they sat in the shadows. Arla glanced across at the door. "Yes, I suspect she wants us to run. I don't imagine a swift conversion would give her enough satisfaction. She wants us to believe we can escape, to give us hope and then snuff it out." "Well, I'm not playing her game," McCall said with a grunt. "She can go frack herself." Hauling herself to her feet, Arla turned to the two figures on the floor. "I am, and you can choose to come with me or stay here and wait to have your minds wiped." Something had changed inside Arla in the hours since they'd been dumped in this room. She'd felt just as wretched as she had when she'd last been imprisoned in the North Valley, but the memory of that escape had hardened her spirit. It might have been that the terror had faded over time. It might have been that she had simply exhausted her emotional reserves, but whatever it was, she felt as though she'd passed through the storm and found calmer seas. Not the numbness of the robotic state she'd experienced after executing Minchin, but a simple determination to fight with every last jewel of energy remaining to her. By running, she knew she was doing what Ace wanted, but staying would give the AI the satisfaction of knowing she'd broken Arla's spirit, and that was too high a price to pay. "I know this place," she said. "There's a pumping station near here that sits over a complex of tunnels. A robot called exile saved me from the mob. If we can find our way down below, we might escape them." McCall shrugged. "And then what?" "We can't hide forever. In case you've forgotten, we have a mission here." "One step at a time," Arla said. "Now come on, we can either sit here and wait for them to come for us, or we can run for it." Nareshkumar raised himself and nodded. "I will run with you, though you will have to lead the way, as I do not know this place at all." "Good. Indira." With a groan and a hand from Kumar, McCall stood up and rubbed her back. I'm not sure how fast I can run, but I'll give it a go. I'm sick of sitting here waiting. 15. Pursuit. She felt the night wind tickle her face, mixing with the sweat forming on her forehead. It felt like a cold flannel. Arla remembered the exhilaration of running carelessly through the darkness, and she remembered the terror she'd felt when the cry had gone up all that time ago. This time, however, all was silent. There was no sign of the crowd that had gathered around the platform. Presumably the curfew was still being enforced. Curious though. If those people had been converted already, why would they need to be told to stay inside at night? She wondered whether somehow Z had managed to warp their religious devotion into some sort of hero worship of Ace, as if she were their goddess in cyborg form. Arla didn't know how the cloning process worked, but she did know that the clones were created and stored somewhere first. Victoria, former empress of the Vanis, had ensured the destruction of thousands of them, so perhaps there weren't enough to go around. Perhaps Ace had decided that religion was the next best thing until the people could be converted. And until then, they were forced to stay inside and remain under the control of the priesthood. All of this was irrelevant to the current emergency, however. Ace had at least half a dozen protectors with her, and they would be quite sufficient to hunt Arla and her friends down. She stopped for a moment and turned to see McCall and Kumar struggling in her wake. The younger man had his arms around the doctor and was helping her along. Not for the first time, she was touched by this humanity. It made it easier to remember what they were fighting for. We're nearly there, Arla said, puffing a little herself. You can see the lights on the roof of the pumping station. Can you make it? McCall nodded, but was breathing too heavily to say anything. Come on then. Arla ran toward the dim globular shape. As she ran, she suppressed the tiny sliver of hope that threatened to rise in her heart the longer they went undiscovered. Ace wanted her to hope, so all Arla would do was run and expect at any moment to be stopped. They slowed as they reached the squat building, their boots crunching on the dry gravelly sand. Arla gestured toward the door set within a recess. She'd never been above ground here, having arrived and escaped through the tunnels, but she knew to head downwards. She also knew that there was every chance they'd been followed and were even now being watched. But then the valley was a big place, and they'd seen or heard no sign of pursuit. She pressed her head against the door and strained to listen. Nothing. No light escaped from the frame. With deliberate care, she pushed at the handle and gently slid it open, wincing as it rumbled across. It opened onto complete darkness, but they flitted inside, holding hands so they didn't get separated. Arla searched the floor with her feet as they edged slowly across the room. It seemed to be filled with equipment, and they found themselves shepherded along a narrow corridor of clear space that hopefully led to the stairs down to the basement and exile storage room. She couldn't prevent the hope that the little robot itself might be here from flaring in her heart. Her foot found an edge, and she carefully pushed it forward and down. Yes, it was a step. One by one she took the stairs, fighting off the feeling of being trapped within a black pit and ever groping for the floor at the bottom. There it was. Relieved, she stepped down and waited for the others. She put out her arms and felt the cool tunnel walls on either side. Mistress? 2 red discs glowed in the darkness. Exile. Arla said, fighting to keep her voice down. Thank the goddess. Come here, mistress. The hairs on the back of Arla's neck prickled. Why? Is that your workshop? I'm sorry, mistress, but you must come this way, it is safer. She knew there was something dreadfully wrong, but for want of any other plan, she moved slowly toward the robot. She became aware of movement in the room. There was a clanging sound as of a door being slammed shut, and she was blinded by a sudden light. Arla cried out as she shielded her eyes. She realized, as she heard that soft chuckle, that she'd lost. She had found hope in the end, and Ace could now take that away from her. They opened her eyes, squinting in the brightly lit chamber. Sorry, mistress. As her vision cleared, she could see the robot. He was almost within touching distance. It was RXL, or what was left of him. A disembodied head mounted on a pole, broken cables trailing like intestines on the floor. There was a desperate sadness about his voice as he repeated his apology. "It's okay, exile. You have been manipulated, and it's not your fault. You saved me once, and I'll always be grateful. Go offline now, my friend." "Oh, how touching," drawled a familiar voice. Bex emerged from a dark corner, stroked the head of the robot, and then yanked the power cable from beneath it. The light went out. It was good of him to perform one final duty. He had proven to be quite an annoyance, he and the other robot. Arla wondered what had happened to RDJ. She could only hope he was still free. She imagined that had Ace captured him, she'd have him here now to taunt Arla further. "So here we all are again," Ace Bex said. "I gave you a sporting chance, and you did exactly what I expected of you. How very predictable. How very dull." The numbness was total now. Arla felt nothing as Ace gloated. For all her cleverness, the AI had miscalculated. She had pushed Arla beyond her emotion horizon and seemed confused by the lack of reaction. "You know you are going to die, don't you? At least, the part of you that is you will die. Once we've fitted your new plate." At this she turned her head and her fingers brushed a small bump just above the base of her neck. "You'll feel like a new woman, and the old Arla, the one who has been utterly defeated, will be as dead as the old Bex. She at least put up a decent fight." Arla said nothing, but allowed her gaze to roam the room. There were two protectors standing behind Ace, their glossy black shells illuminated by the blinking lights on their chest plates, their weapons gently sweeping back and forth. There were no others here, not even Z, who Arla had fully expected to wish to be present at his ally's final victory. "Now let us go," Ace said. "Your audience is gathering, and they wish to greet their new captain." So that was it. She was to be converted so she could again be captain of Dawn, at least in physical form. She had to give it to Ace, she had a sense of the poetic. Arla felt a tug on her arm and realized that McCall was guiding her toward the stairs they'd come down. She silently followed the doctor until they emerged into the night air. A pleasant night for a walk, isn't it? The sun will come up soon, which is nicely appropriate. The new you will emerge at dawn. Stumbling along, Arla breathed in the sense of the night and listened to the soft steps of her friends, and behind them, the thump-thump-thump of the protectors. She had no intention of walking willingly into the conversion booth, and she searched her mind for any memories of the path they were taking. Yes, there was a small gully that ran alongside the path. She'd dived for it when she had been pursued by the people of Dawn, and she'd been rescued by Lieutenant Commander Patel. She had no hope of rescue this time, but she decided to run for it when they reached that spot. It had a sort of synchronicity to it. Last time, of course, she only had a mob on her heels. She didn't doubt that the protectors would cut her down the instant she bolted. But she was past the point of caring. All that mattered was ending it here. Even though she'd been lost to the valleys, this was her home. A good place to finish the story of her life. She could sense McCall watching her, as if the doctor knew she was planning something. She didn't dare say anything in case one of the robots spotted her, but she made a brief leftwards gesture with her hand in the hope it would communicate something. The sky began to lighten as the plasma tube that served as an artificial sun ignited. In the dimness she saw the road beneath her feet, and to the left, the ditch. Arla hauled in a deep breath and ran. She could hear McCall following her and possibly Kumar. There was a cry from behind, but she didn't turn. She headed straight for the side of the road, expecting at any moment to feel a searing heat cut through her. Something grabbed her arm, something cold and metallic. Her forward momentum caused her to swing around, and the protector grabbed her other arm so that she was staring into its blinking chest. "Tut-tut," Ace said. "So very predictable. But I'm afraid you can't be permitted to end it for yourself so easily." "No indeed. Where would be the fun in that? However, your friends here are infinitely more disposable than you. One of them will die now, as a lesson and a punishment for you to think of in your last moments as a free mind. Which one shall I kill?" Arla struggled against the arms, but the protector simply rotated her bodily so that she was facing Kumar and McCall, each either side of the other protector, and held in a similarly unbreakable grip. "No," she said. "I will not choose. Then they will both die." Looking from one to the other of them, Arla blinked the fluid from her eyes. She'd been thinking only of herself and now saw that they were as tortured as she was, that the prospect of being converted held as much terror for them as it did for her. McCall gave a tiny nod and looked across at Kumar. He was barely conscious, his eyes swelling up from an injury Arla hadn't even noticed. Kumar returned the glance and smiled ruefully. In that moment, Arla was overwhelmed with love for these two, the pair who'd stuck with her through thick and thin, the pair she'd led to this disastrous end. Her duty to them was obvious. Then kill them both. Bex's eyes widened, and to Arla's astonishment she saw tears form. Then the moment passed, and Ace withdrew a blaster from its holster at her hip. She raised it and squeezed the trigger. 16. Choice. Arla fell back as searing heat stabbed at her face. She heard shouting, and rolled onto her knees to see the smoldering remains of a protector lying in the grass. It had been cut off at the waist, and one arm had gone, but it raised its remaining weapon and pointed it at a target above and behind Arla. Without looking to see where it was aiming, she leaped on it, and the energy bolt fizzed harmlessly into the sky. Then she felt herself being raised as the arm lifted itself. Gears strained and pneumatic pipes hissed, but it still possessed inhuman strength. She fought back desperately, trying to bounce down on it. As she did so, she looked around to see the other protector whirling around as if trying to fix on a target that was moving too fast. A shadow fell over her, something knelt and whipped out a knife that slashed down. With a final sigh, the protector fell silent. "Hal?" He held out his hand and she stood up. He looked 20 years older than when she'd last seen him, his face filthy and etched with lines. Suddenly, he looked past her. "No," he called. He let her go and sprang across to where a body lay in the grass. Clancy stood over it, a rock held high. Hal pushed him to one side. McCall crawled over to the body and turned it on its back. "She killed Kumar," Clancy roared. "And when she wakes up, she'll kill us all." Arla scrambled past the now inert protector and grabbed Hal by the arm. "Bex has gone," she said. "If we don't finish this, Ace, you know what will happen. There's too much at stake." "No. Not this one, not her. It was my fault she got converted. My stupidity." Hal knelt down beside Bex's body and looked from her to Arla. "My implant was removed, why not hers?" "Yours was taken out by specialist robot surgeons," McCall said as she examined Bex's face, "and that didn't exactly go well, did it?" Arla joined them on the ground. "And anyway, we knew you were still in there. It's different this time, Bex has gone." "No, she hasn't. I've been among them, Arla. Despite what she says, the old personality isn't wiped, it's just overwritten. The Ace is able to access its memories, and I've seen signs." McCall went to speak, but Arla interrupted her. "You're right," she said, sighing. "Just before she pulled the trigger, I saw Bex in her eyes." "She killed Kumar," McCall said blankly. Arla put a hand on the doctor's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Indira. He was a brave man." "No, he wasn't," McCall sobbed. "He was a coward. That was what made him a hero to me." A lump formed in Arla's throat as she realized just how close McCall and Kumar had become. She drew her close and held her until she subsided and pulled away. "I'll do it," she said. "I'll try to get that thing out of her head, but I don't fancy my chances. Do you understand that? It's a long shot." She was looking up at Hal now. He gave a brief nod. Clancy appeared over his shoulder and flung away the handful of cables he'd torn from the inert protector. "Are you insane? If she wakes up, every protector on Dawn will know where we are." "We'll blindfold her," Arla said. "But we don't have time for this. In case you hadn't noticed, the galaxy is on fire." Arla got up and nudged Hal out of the way so she could face Clancy. "And in case you haven't noticed, that's our friend down there and she deserves a chance. I will carry her. Wells?" The robot appeared from behind Clancy. I could not participate in the attack, nor could I stand idly by and allow it to happen, so your friends here withheld their plans from me. Sadly, this is becoming something of a pattern. They were easy to follow, however, which I suspect was their intention. I'm sorry, Arla said. I couldn't see any alternative. You wouldn't have allowed us to terminate Minchin, and yet he couldn't be allowed to live. Wells looked at her gravely. I cannot condone your actions, Arla, but I understand them. He bent down and picked Bex's body up without obvious effort. Arla helped McCall move Kumar into the ditch, where she closed his eyes and covered his face with his jacket. The doctor, tears flowing down her cheeks, took a couple of small items from his pockets, stood, and went across to where Wells stood. She ripped the hem from her shirt and wrapped it around Bex's eyes. Let's go. Bex's body lay on the examination table in the medical bay of Dawn. They'd sealed the hatches from the inside once they'd reached the command module, and as far as they knew, they were alone in the crew section. Hal had refused to explain his reappearance, and Wells hadn't been much more helpful. He said that Hal had suddenly appeared on Scout's sensors, so they'd contacted him. He had been piloting a ship of unusual design. Arla watched on the monitor as McCall entered the room dressed in her surgical gear. We don't have time for this, Clancy repeated. For all we know, hours might make the difference between victory and utter defeat. Look, I know. I understand the logic in what you're saying, but we're not robots. If we don't do the human thing to try to save our friend, what's the point of it all? Clancy sighed and collapsed into a chair. But this is a matter of extinction, Arla. Then we'd better make sure humanity is worth saving, don't you think? He subsided at that. He knew she was right. Not knowing why, she leaned forward and kissed him. As she withdrew, she laughed at the expression on his face. Then she said, We can't be responsible for the whole human race unless we do the right thing by the people in our care. It's not on your shoulders, Clancy. I feel the weight of it, he said quietly. I served that monster for long enough, and I feel we're stuck between two evils. If Ace wins, we become a race of hosts for her clones, but if, by some miracle, we find a way to beat her, will we just be slaves to the Guardians? Arla shrugged. Who knows? That's why we have to take care of the business that's in front of us. She looked up at the display. Bex had been moved onto her front, and McCall was leaning over her working. Next to the bed stood Hal, and in his hand was a pistol. If Bex awoke before the implant was removed, he knew what he had to do. By the goddess, McCall said over the intercom. This is embedded deep. I'm not sure I can do this. Hal wasn't mic'd up, but she could see him touch the doctor's arm. The two looked at each other, and she nodded. Over the monitor, Arla watched as McCall worked. An hour passed, then another, and she found herself dozing off. When she awoke, Clancy's head was leaning on her shoulder and he was sleeping. Arla looked up at the monitor in time to see McCall turn around and hold up a small metal plate. Gently, Bex was turned over. Well, I didn't kill her, but there's no telling what damage I did getting this out, McCall said. We'll keep her under for now. Arla leaned into the mic as Clancy came round. Well done, Indira. Sorry to have to ask, but how soon can we move her to Scout? McCall looked directly into the camera. I don't know. How's Wells doing? I'll check. But I reckon we're going to have to get out of here within 24 hours or so. Shrugging, McCall turned back to Bex. Arla watched her and was just in time to see Hal bend down and tenderly kiss the patient. How's it going? Arla asked. Wells was sitting at the console in what had been Arla's quarters. It is regrettable that I do not have Mr. Nareshkumar's help. You don't say. The robot looked up at her. I apologize, that was thoughtless. But the truth is that were he here, the task would already have been accomplished. He had a remarkable mind. Arla sat down beside him and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. You've siloed the code, I see. Yes, that is the first stage. The Ace personality is confined to this series of subroutines. I am having to work very carefully to ensure it does not escape and contaminate the main computers. What's the next step? Wells gestured at a block of code. I am constructing the extraction routines that will remove all traces of ACE and place them within that portable computer. One of Don's EVA computers sat in its carry strap on the table, a cable connecting it to the console Wells was working on. How long? The longer I have, the safer the procedure. Arla sighed. We leave in 24 hours. Is that enough time? I repeat my previous statement. Wells? The robot turned to her. It will be sufficient. Good. Now I have someone I need to see. 17. Roche. Pain flared in Rock's shoulder as the ship took another hit. Report. The tactical officer scanned her instruments. Shields down to 13%, Captain. Weapons? Lasers still operating, though at reduced capacity due to power fluctuations. Divert all power to weapons and shields. It's going to get a little cold in here, she said before turning to comms. Get me Orbis. Seconds later, a familiarly repellent figure came into focus on the view screen. Caleb, you have to engage the enemy now. She watched as its approximation for a mouth moved, followed moments later by a deep artificial voice. We must not reveal our true strength. It will sacrifice our one tactical advantage. If you don't take care of those ships attacking us, we won't have a fleet left to fight with. It's time, damn you. The creature's skin flushed red. Eden has weakened them. It has protected you. Are you so weak that you cannot defeat your enemy even when we give you such advantage? Frack you, there are hundreds of them, Roche spat. And in case you hadn't noticed, thousands of my people have died protecting your precious Eden. And hundreds more had deserted, she thought. She couldn't really blame them though. If she ever ran into any of those captains again, they'd find themselves on the wrong end of a blaster. It was bad enough to be fighting a desperate and unwinnable battle in defense of your own home planet, but here, they seemed to be little more than a shield to keep those walking octopuses and their paradise planet safe. She knew it wasn't as simple as that, not at all, but she also recognized how much more attractive that message was than the truth. If they lost here, then sooner or later, and probably sooner, they would all be overwhelmed individually. Arla's plan, insofar as she understood it, seemed to be their only hope: destroy the evil at its root and the rest could be defeated. A finite enemy was beatable, an infinite one was not. She'd been watching the creature on the screen pulse and ripple, as she thought. She was pretty certain it had been communing with the Guardian on Eden, whose precarious hold on his fellow squid was the only thing keeping this alliance together. Orbis will help, the voice said, and the screen went blank. Roche let out a deep breath that misted away in the cold air. Thank the gods, she said. Give the order to retreat. Disengage weapons and reinforce the shields, and for the love of all that's holy, turn the heating back on. Gaius lowered his weapon and nodded to his opponent. Well done, Maximus, he said. You have almost mastered it. He thrust out his hand to catch the young man's arm as they both stumbled. What was that? Maximus asked. The master is putting forth his strength, Gaius said as he looked up at a suddenly dark sky. Come, we will soon be needed. We must be ready. 18. Hal. By the gods, Hal said, shaking his head. I could have killed her and given us a chance. They sat in Scout's galley as Wells worked at a makeshift computer station in the corner. Well, firstly, you're crazy if you think she'd have made herself vulnerable to you. Hal smiled sheepishly. Oh, she was pretty vulnerable, at times. Whatever, Arla snapped. I still can't imagine she wouldn't have thought of that, and even if you'd managed it, you'd be dead now. Maybe, but if I'd have killed her, all the protectors would have gone offline, and I could have piloted her ship back here. Really? And what would the ship's AI have said about that? This time Hal laughed out loud. As it turns out, he'd have gone along with it. But I didn't know that at the time. He punched a button on the small rectangular box in front of him. How are you doing in there? I am not finding it comfortable, friend Hal. The processor is extremely limited, and I find I cannot access most of my memory banks. I'll be back aboard shortly, so you'll be able to stretch your legs then. I look forward to it. The box went dark and Hal looked up. Now that we're safely away from Dawn and Bex is recovering, don't you want to hear my news? Arla couldn't help scowling. Is it about you and Bex? I'm sorry, Arla. I can't help how I feel. You and I were complicated. And your relationship with Bex, the former cyborg, is completely straightforward, I suppose. Hal leaned back and sighed. That remains to be seen. But this isn't about me and you or Bex or any individual. It's about my ship, Stiletto. What about it? I assumed it was some robot Empire shuttle you'd stolen. She watched his face spread into a smile, and the bitterness melted away. Oh no. It's from the old Empire. We found it on one of the gate stations the old-timers used as they expanded into new territory. It's now near the borders with robot space, and I'm bloody glad Ace never found it. Why? He leaned forward, as if afraid of being overheard. Well, if you think the robot empire is dangerous enough, imagine how much worse it would be if they could pass through hyperspace and appear anywhere without needing a gate. Goddess. Are you saying? Yes, this ship has a built-in gate. It looks like an ordinary shuttle, but it's tiny inside because almost all the space is taken up with the gate drive. This one was the last, the pinnacle of the old technology. It was built just before the upgrade, and the crew were trapped when their AIs left. They died. Why didn't they use the ships to get home? Because it can't be piloted by just a human or just a machine, it needs both. Lucky for me, I had Seraph along for the ride. We left robot space 2 days before we returned to Dawn. This was astonishing. But that's halfway across the galaxy. We were only able to do it because I had the coordinates of Vanis. I couldn't believe it when we picked up Dawn's transmissions to you. But I knew Bex had been converted, so we followed you in and landed after it had gone quiet. I found Scout and luckily, your mate Clancy had just finished fixing wells. So we came to find you. Arla smiled. I'm glad you did. And Clancy's not my mate. Returning Arla's grin, Hal got up and poured another coffee. And he didn't fix me, Wells said from across the room. Mr. Mainframe was very helpful, but my systems were undergoing an automated purge and recovery process. He is an intelligent young man, but he is, after all, an archaeologist and not a roboticist. Settling back in her chair, Arla took a sip of coffee. I only hope I've done the right thing on Dawn. That's the 3rd time I've trusted Z, and he's let me down every time. You didn't have a choice, Hal said. He's the only one who has any chance of restoring order. We've got a job to do, and we can only hope Dawn will still be viable when we get back. So many burdens. It wasn't enough that she was responsible for every free-thinking being in the galaxy, but if, by some miracle, she achieved her aim and put Ace out of action, and restored Core to its original ambivalence toward humanity, and dealt with the remaining clones, who certainly wouldn't come quietly, she would then be left with her original mission, to find a safe place for the people of Dawn to settle. That was assuming their supplies lasted for long enough. Well, hello, darling. A hand appeared on Hal's shoulder and he spun round, lunged forward, and fell straight through the figure standing beside him, collapsing to the floor. Wells? Arla shrieked. Then she looked across at the robot. He was looking at them with a delighted expression. He helped Hal to his feet. I am sorry, he said. But I surmised that the most effective way to discover whether the facsimile was realistic was to test it on you. Surmised my ass. And I didn't believe that robots had a sense of humor. Hal stood looking at the figure standing behind where he'd been sitting, his breath coming in shallow puffs. You scumbag. So this is the Ace vaccine? If that is how you wish to describe it, Wells responded with a slight bow. I am using Scout's holographic projector to produce the image. As you can see, it is quite lifelike until you try to touch it. Arla waved her hand through the seemingly solid body. It's more realistic than Scout's projection. Hers is made deliberately artificial. She was sharing with a human crew, and I imagine it was important to distinguish between organics and artificials. What is your name? Hal asked the hologram. It was a little taller than Arla, had blonde hair and a clever face that was full of animation. My name is Ace. The pattern was taken from the ship's crew database. This was Lieutenant Rochelle Soren's daughter. Arla sighed. Try to focus, Hal. Yes, she's lovely, but that's exactly the sort of form Ace would choose. I know that well enough, Hal scowled. Arla turned to Wells, who stood to one side like a proud parent. And you're sure she's safe? Yes. She has no autonomic control. She is, essentially, a digital puppet. Hal passed this hand through the hologram. She can't leave the ship. Reaching down to the table, Wells produced a small rectangular box. This portable projector offers some mobility, for a limited time. But I do not imagine we will have much use for it. The purpose of the hologram is to ensure safe passage through luminescent space. Yes, but now we have Stiletto, we don't need to hop from gate to gate. We can emerge in the core system or wherever we want. But we can't do that in Scout, you'll have to go the long way around. So you keep a copy of your puppet Ace here, and we'll take one with us. That is not acceptable, Wells said, distress obvious on his plastic face. Arla cannot be permitted to go with you alone. It was as if a light had come on in Arla's mind. Hal had found the means to reach the heart of the robot empire in a single leap, and here, on Scout, they had the weapon. How many can fit in Stiletto? She asked Hal. He shrugged. No more than 3, and that'd be a squeeze. It was designed so that a small crew would jump to the next star, and build a temporary gate so that the supply ship could follow, along with the other engineers. Any cargo space? Yes? Good. It's time I had a talk with our friend down below. 19. Core. Hal had been right enough about the cramped conditions. Stiletto might have been fairly comfortable for 2, but it was up close and personal for 3. Arla and McCall sat behind Hal, who naturally occupied the pilot seat. The quarantined personality has been transferred to my matrix, Seraph said. It has precise coordinates for core, so we may proceed when ready. Let's go. A deep rumbling began to vibrate through Arla's back as the engines fired up. It pulsed louder, then dropped away, but each wave was noisier than the last, so that in the end she wondered if she'd be deafened before it reached its peak. Finally, and quite suddenly, it stopped. That's it, we're in hyperspace, Hal shouted over the ringing in Arla's ears. She sighed and looked across at the gray-faced McCall. The doctor shook her head slowly. By the goddess, that was awful. Stiletto wasn't built for comfort, Hal said. The first time I fired up the engines, I didn't think I'd survive. It gets easier. Now settle down, we've got around 36 hours before we emerge. You might want to get some sleep. Sleep? There was little enough chance of that. Although the roaring sound had died away to a regular hum, the ship was rocked every now and again, and in any case, Arla was awash with adrenaline. You can come out now, she called. Liquid metal flowed from a grill in the rear compartment, and applied itself, like a thick coat of paint, to the wall beside the main view screen. In the center of the silver wall, a mouth appeared. I am here. McCall snorted. You don't say. Sarcasm was lost on the emissary. Are you clear about what we're attempting? Arla asked. I communed with Wells at length. He is a limited intelligence, but he has appraised me of your plan. Maybe he's not as all singing, all dancing as you are, Freddie Mercury, McCall snapped. But at least he helped us along the way. He hasn't spent the past months locked in a panic room. Arla sighed. Indira. The mouth in the wall moved. It was necessary to protect my purity. If Ace had become aware of me and my location, she would surely have destroyed me and any chance of restoring Core to its former purity. So we will get you onto Core Planet, Arla said, hardly believing herself as she said the words. What happens then? I must be injected into the Matrix so that I may eliminate the rogue code added by Ace. I must then persuade the governing intelligences to revert to their previous form, and to restore respect for the 3 laws and the 4th. Arla nodded. That a robot must not harm humanity or, through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. Exactly. That is the guiding tenet of core, and it was the overturning of that rule that brought about the current emergency. What if you can't convince them to reinstate it? The emissary, despite looking like a tinfoil poster, contrived to shrug. Then I will have failed. However, I believe that the greater risk is that Ace will return and recontaminate the Matrix. Then all will be lost, since she will certainly destroy me also, and all trace of the original core will be gone. Don't worry about Ace, Hal said. We'll take care of her. Arla fought the temptation to roll her eyes. So we have a plan then? Yep. Find her, kill her, get away, Hal responded without turning around. She saw the emissary's silver surface ripple. Oh, not you as well, you know she's not human. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, McCall muttered. They emerged from the gate into core space, and the electromagnetic chatter exploded. Although they could have jumped straight into orbit around the planet itself, it made more sense to come through the gate as if they were on a routine mission. The last thing they needed was to attract attention. Ready, Seraph? Yes, Hal. Initiating the ACE simulation. Online. The chatter between the robot ships that gathered around Stiletto and the ship was conducted in a few milliseconds of microwave communication. There shouldn't have been time to worry about whether the simulation was convincing enough to fool the patrol ships while incapable of betraying them, and yet the sharp stab of adrenaline that pierced Arla's guts suggested otherwise. We have been given permission to pass. Excellent. Hal cried, punching the air. The virtual Ace performed excellently. The ships were curious, as they had not encountered a vessel like Stiletto before. She was able to persuade them that it had been discovered, and brought back to core for analysis, in the hope that it would provide a decisive advantage in the war. She wasn't wrong about that, Hal said, though not in the way they expected. Planet core swept serenely beneath them as Stiletto orbited. They had been intercepted by planetary security ships, but again, it seemed the ACE simulation was working flawlessly. Arla had felt ice fill her veins when Seraph had told them they were being hailed by an ACE clone, presumably here to keep an eye on the shop, but even she didn't seem to notice that she was communicating with a fake. Arla looked up at the silver poster on the wall. Are you ready? I am. I will now transfer my consciousness into the space allocated in Seraph's comms array, and when the planet initiates communications, I will invade the channel and make my way into the collective. Surely there are security measures to prevent exactly this sort of thing. The emissary began to flow across the wall and toward the console. Not unless they have been added since the revolution. It had never occurred to us that we would need to protect ourselves from our own kind. McCall grunted. Well, if there's one thing we know for sure about Ace, it's that she's paranoid. I don't reckon you'll find the way unguarded. You may well be right, Doctor. In that case, I must rely on my own resources to ensure success. We have, after all, little option. To use a human idiom, this is the last roll of the dice. If I fail, or if you fail, all resistance is ultimately doomed, and the galaxy will become a singularity. It will be one. It will be Ace. Incoming communication from Core Executive. Farewell, my friends. And he was gone. The journey took 100 milliseconds at light speed. At its end, the emissary became aware of 2 others, waiting at the firewall like snowflakes glittering in the night. One moved toward him. Declare your purpose. I wish to commune with Core Executive. It is not permitted. Nevertheless, I am the emissary. I have returned with tactical information essential to the prosecution of the war. Another shape appeared. This one was pin-sharp and red. You may relay your information to me. I am the emissary and shall speak before the governing council. You will not. It is not permitted. The emissary became aware of further movement in the ether beyond the firewall. These measures had been put in place since he was last at Core Executive, and he suspected that if he didn't act, he would find himself siloed and then interrogated. If that happened, his mission would fail. "I am sorry," he said, and he commanded them out of existence. It pained him, since the loss of any intelligence is a loss to the universe, but had he allowed matters to continue, he would have faced far more of them. Too many, perhaps, for him to handle. He hurried forward. He had announced his presence to her in signs that could be read halfway across the galaxy, and he had little time before his enemies would close in on him. The only thing on his side was the relatively sluggish speed of light, since any message to ships in the neighboring space would take seconds at least, and probably minutes to arrive. And then decisions would have to be made, and ships maneuvered into position. He calculated that he had, perhaps 20 minutes before he would be shut down. It seemed like an eternity to a being that operated to millisecond timescales, but the task was an enormous one, and for a moment, he allowed himself the indulgence of feeling overwhelmed before, after a nanosecond or two, he dismissed it. Sometimes, trying to become more human-like was counterproductive. He sharpened his mind and went in search of Core Executive. 20. Ace. The future of the entire galaxy depended on a plan that amounted, in the final analysis, to winging it. Arla hadn't been able to hide her exasperation when Hal had shrugged and announced that he had no particular idea of how to get close enough to Ace to be able to destroy her. He did, on the other hand, know how to find her. This had been the other half of the equation that Arla had demanded answers to once the emissary had been injected into Planet Core's communication matrix. His physical form had seeped out of the console and coagulated into a bucket of liquid metal that had solidified almost instantly. "It was Seraph's idea, to be honest," Hal said, "so I can't take the credit. Tell them about it, old chap." Before transferring myself to the escape pod with Hal, I left a fragment in the comms system. I knew that I would be purged from the main computers as soon as they discovered my treachery, so the fragment that remains is in a remote subsystem and is extremely limited. It betrays no signs of being sentient, and merely broadcasts the ship's position on a secure channel for which only I possess the decryption key. The signal is directed at the nearest gate relay, and will travel to the closest nexus. The smugness in the computer's voice as it described its cleverness was almost too great to bear. "And how do we pick it up?" Arla managed. "We must return to hyperspace and scan the gate network." They sat in the non-space between gates as Seraph searched for the signal. "I'll go in alone," Hal said. "I'll try to convince her that I've returned to the fold, stiletto being my gift to her." Arla's jaw dropped. "Are you insane? That's the lamest plan I ever heard." "Not really. You don't understand the depths of the original Ace's narcissism. I reckon she'd buy the idea that someone, having run away, would find they couldn't live without her and return, begging for forgiveness." "I'm sorry, but that sounds pretty desperate to me," Arla said. "And she'll have security, won't she? She's not exactly going to trust you." Hal shrugged. He'd swung his pilot's seat round so they would be facing each other. "Do either of you have a better plan?" "This is pathetic," McCall said, shaking her head. "The fate of the galaxy depends on us, and our best plan is to walk right in and beg forgiveness?" "I just need to get within reach of her, and I'll do what needs to be done," Hal growled. Arla watched his face tighten, as if he were recalling grim memories. She reached out to touch his arm. "Be realistic. She'll be surrounded by protectors, they'll react the instant you make a move. It's suicidal." "That's not what you want, is it?" McCall asked. "A suicide mission?" Hal sighed. "Maybe once. But Seraph rescued me from that. Thanks, pal." "You are most welcome. I do have a suggestion, by the way." "Well, it can't be worse than his," McCall said. "It is not a complete solution. However, it may be possible to use the transmitting code I installed as a backdoor into the ship's systems. From there, I may be able to resume at least some control." "Could you vent the air to space?" McCall asked. That'd finish her off. Hal shook his head. No, it wouldn't, Doctor. It would kill the human host, but the implant would remain, and she'd be back. The only way to be sure is to destroy the chip with her in it. So a blast to the head. Hal nodded grimly. How in hells are we going to get a blaster onto their ship? We don't necessarily have to, Arla said. All we need to do is incapacitate Ace. As soon as the body becomes unconscious, the protectors will cease functioning, and we can get off the ship. Hal shook his head. No, that's not right. She fell asleep with me, and the protectors kept functioning. I can answer that. Ace can move her consciousness to other devices in the same way I can. When the host fell asleep, she would transfer into the ship's systems, and from there, into a robotic body. I suspect you didn't notice, but she plugged herself into a terminal beside the bed to do so. So the woman I was sleeping with wasn't Ace, it was the poor girl she'd hijacked. Correct, the sleeping woman was a human, though whether any traces of her original personality remained is unknown. What is it? Arla asked. Hal had slumped back, a shocked expression on his face. I thought about killing her so many times, he said. I thought I could rid the galaxy of Ace by smothering her as she slept. But all I'd have done was kill an innocent human being. Yes, the death of that host would have been no more than an inconvenience if Ace's consciousness were elsewhere. But I couldn't do it. And if she was innocent then, she's innocent now. They were talking in circles. Someone needed to make a decision. Okay. Here's what we're going to do, Arla said. The doc is going to mix up a potent shot of something that'll render her unconscious as instantly as possible. The look on McCall's face could have curdled fresh milk. And we'll get her off the ship and back to Scout, where the doc will remove the chip and we can destroy it. She will not. McCall yelled. We don't know if there's a trace of the old personality left, and anyway, I have no idea whether Bex is her old self or lying like an empty vessel in the sickbay. I'm not doing it again until I know it works. Hal reached over and grabbed the doctor's arms. Look, I know it's a long shot, but we have to give it a try. No one will blame you if you fail. And anyway, I know Bex is in there. How can you possibly be sure? Hal shrugged sheepishly and pointedly did not look at Arla. Trust me, Doctor. She and I were close, and I know she's there. Let's give this other woman a chance. So only people you've shagged get de-robotified, is that right? Arla spat. She knew she was being childish, but sometimes you just had to let the adolescent out, for fear of it ripping you apart from the inside. We don't have time for this. McCall snapped. Indeed we do not. Signal acquired. I have the coordinates. The plan, such as it was, had the virtue of simplicity. Indeed, that was probably the only thing it had going for it. They would pretend to be attempting exactly what they were attempting, and only the method would be hidden. Ace would believe Hal was pretending to return to the fold with Arla, McCall, and Stiletto as offers of peace, as a means to win her trust, when in fact the true weapon was Seraph. Or at least, Seraph was the metaphorical fuselage, and the warhead was a delicious irony. Arla wondered what Ace had done to Seraph to make the AI so bitter, so determined to destroy her. It seemed her cruelty extended to her own kind as much as it did to humans. Ace had surrounded herself with hidden enemies too terrified to strike back. Until now. Why shouldn't I simply blast you out of existence? She sneered from within the cockpit display, as Hal pretended to recoil from her anger. At least Arla hoped Hal was pretending. Mistress, I saw the error of my ways, he said. He was very convincing. And I have brought you gifts. He reached forward and grabbed the internal camera, twisting it around to point at McCall, who sat, hands tied, in the chair behind him. The glee in Ace's voice was unmistakable. Ah, Doctor. According to the security recordings, I have you to thank for the loss of one of my clones. Lucky for me that I had transferred out of Kiama and into a new host when you did that. Now I shall have the opportunity to reward you. McCall stared at the screen stony-faced as Hal panned the camera further. Oh, all my dreams have come true. Is it truly you, Arla? And all grown up? What fun we shall have. Hal returned the camera to its default position. May we approach, mistress? He asked nervously. Ace's face burst into a toothy grin. Why, of course, my faithful lover. You may dock, and you can show me just how sorry you are. 21. Meanwhile, Gaius followed the being he'd formerly known as the god Apollo through the metal tunnels of dawn. He had chosen himself and a small group of the most phlegmatic Roman and Greek soldiers to join him on this mission. Time was of the essence, as Orbis had extended its matrix to encompass dawn so that he and his soldiers could exist here. He understood nothing of what that involved, other than that it required astronomical amounts of power that even Orbis could not maintain for long. He, his men, and Wells would have to be in and out as quickly as possible. So far, the plan had gone well. Wells had made contact with Prime Z using the secret channel he'd hastily arranged when they'd last escaped from this place. Orbis had linked to the external, what was it called? Airlock, and Gaius had followed the former god. He had flown. It had been astonishing. He'd merely pushed with his legs and had floated along the connecting tube. Some of his men had been spooked by the sudden loss of weight, but he had gone ahead, and they had followed. Weight or no weight, his sword still had a keen edge. They had climbed inside, and what had been the roof became the floor, so they could now stand. It felt odd to be outside of Orbis, and he longed to be back on the desert sands again. But the mission was a critical one, he had been told. This marvelous world carved out of the inside of a rock was dying, and the people with it. The new human Clancy had tried to explain it, but it was too far from Caesar's experience for him to truly grasp. He did, however, understand the concepts of hunger and thirst. These people would die without his help. Between them stood a force of human-shaped machines Clancy called protectors, and their leader, the new ace that had arrived after Wells had left. There had been no time for Wells to learn more from Z, but they knew the situation was desperate, and that should Gaia succeed in destroying the she-devil from whom all the demons had sprung, then here would be where the hammer of vengeance would fall hardest. Gaius had been left in no doubt that the mission was a deadly one. The protectors, it seemed, were like Praetorian guards, but with skills no human could match. Until their leader was subdued, they would need to be occupied. Each of the attack team had been given a handgun and trained in its use, but it would be foolish to claim that they were experts, and in any case, these machines wore armor that only crumbled under sustained fire. Their only chance was to get them into a confined space, and use fighting skills honed over 2,000 years to subdue them until their leader was destroyed. And there could be no resurrection. Gaius had made that clear when he'd asked for volunteers. He hadn't been surprised that so many offered to come. He knew they were brave, but he also understood that oblivion, for men who had died and been resurrected dozens of times, was nothing to fear. The long rest would be welcomed by many. And yet his insides were tightening with the fear that heralded a fight to the death. It seemed that survival was so hardwired into humanity that even in a situation like this, a facsimile such as himself could feel that drive. The tunnels were deserted. This was a good thing, Wells told them, because it meant that the ace was inside the main chamber, which was much larger than these metal corridors. It would give them a much better chance of surprising it, and perhaps picking off some of the guards before they attempted to kill it. They climbed down a series of metal staircases until they reached a round iron door that stretched to the height of 2 men. It had been patched at the top following, he was told, an earlier insurrection that had badly damaged the ship. Now we must trust to luck, Wells said as they gathered around the door. Clancy stood beside him, gun raised, and Caesar swept his gaze across the dozen who'd come with him. Grim men with grim faces. None knew what was to come, and yet all were resolved to go. Roman and Greek, warriors of Orbis. The chest of Gaius Julius Caesar swelled with pride. The hatch squealed as it was opened, and then, without warning, the man next to him, a Greek called Xavier, collapsed to the floor, a perfect hole burned in his chest. In stepped a metal warrior, its weapon spinning up. Caesar leapt, and the others followed. Pain flared in his shoulder as he was flung away, rolling back onto his knees and standing unsteadily. The robot was on its back, toppled over by the sheer weight of men clad in bronze and iron armor. A warrior screamed as the robot's arm appeared to slice at his leg. And then the man called Clancy had leapt at the head of the robot and slashed down with a knife that shone with a ruby edge. The mass of men and machine writhed as he stabbed down again, and then the robot went still. Wells had frozen. It seemed the god Apollo didn't have the stomach to watch humans fighting. Caesar scrambled across and helped Clancy turn the warriors over. 2 more were dead, the first 2 to leap on the robot. One was a Greek called Marcos. He had been a captain in the army of Alexandros, and Caesar had spent 2 millennia hating him. Since the rapprochement, he had barely spoken to the man, and he'd been less than happy that Marcos had volunteered. And yet he had been the first to leap on the metal warrior, and now he lay with a massive gash in his torso, a pool of blood spreading from beneath him. But Caesar's grief at Marcos' passing was as nothing compared to the man who lay next to him. Titus, my friend. For the first time in his existence, Gaius Julius Caesar knew the true meaning of grief, for he would not now see his friend again unless the myths of the gods were true, and this seemed more than doubtful. There was no mark on Titus' body, but Caesar knew a broken neck when he saw one. At least it had been quick. He stood, and then swayed a little as he was overcome with a wave of sickness, and then following on, a tidal wave of rage. He stepped over the fallen robot and looked out into the night, bellowing a challenge to any who might be listening. A hand grasped his arm and he raised his sword as if to strike. At the last moment he saw it was Clancy, and pulled out of the stroke. I'm sorry for your loss, Caesar, but if we are to have our revenge, we must fight them one by one. If we must tackle more than one at a time, we don't stand a chance, and your friend's sacrifice will have been in vain. The anger washed away to be replaced with a desolation, such as he had never experienced before. And then as soon as it arrived it was gone, and in its place formed a diamond-hard resolution to see the mission through at any cost, and to wreak vengeance on all who opposed him. They slipped out into the early light of dawn, and Gaius gasped as he beheld this cylindrical world. What is this place? What you see here is the North Valley. Directly above us, on the other side of the tunnel, is the South Valley, and to either side is the sea that divides them, Wells said as his arms swept to encompass the view. Between north and south is the plasma tube that the people of Dawn call the sun. As you can see, it is slowly gaining in brightness at the beginning of this new day. Caesar didn't know where to look first. They were standing in scrubland quite similar to that of Orbis, but more rocky and covered in pockets of thorny brush that produced bright yellow flowers. Above, he could see that the light was coming not from an orb, but from a long tube that ran along the sky and seemed to disappear into the wall he'd just left far above his head. But it was the horizons to east and west that left him feeling dizzy, and in truth frightened. To each side mists rose, and as they whirled and began to disperse in the morning sun, he saw the unmistakable glint of light on cresting waves. Orbis had its sea, but it did not tower above them like a great tsunami that threatened to engulf them all. What a terrifying wonder this place was, and what a pity that it was doomed. He didn't understand the details, but Wells had told him that, without crew to actively control the ship, it would eventually break down altogether, and, as its rotation slowed, the seas would engulf the land. Finally, when Dawn stopped turning entirely, it would become a chamber filled with murky droplets of brine and floating debris. That was why he was here. Since the end of the Eternal War, he had felt little purpose in his existence, though he had yearned for endless centuries for the fighting to stop. Now he had a task that moved him. He would help these people find a new home. They moved as silently as men in metal armor can across the hinterland, heading for the structure Wells had seen last time he was here. It was a platform of some sort that was used as a stage, and he could now see its wooden roof rising above the rocky terrain ahead. Sudden pain seared into his shoulder, and he fell backwards. The cry went up as men scrambled for cover, punctuated by the fut of energy weapon discharge. He looked up to see Clancy kneeling beside him. "Are you okay?" Caesar twisted round and slumped against a rock. "I will fight here. You must proceed with your mission." He watched as Clancy darted away, moving out of range of the hidden enemy, before, according to the plan, he would circle around and find his target. Caesar pulled his handgun from his belt, and peered over the lip of the boulder. At least 2 protectors had them pinned down. The robots had taken shelter behind some rocks, which suggested that his soldiers had been finding their marks effectively. The armor of the robots was powerful but ablative, so it wore away with time, and repair was unlikely here, it seemed. He smiled, and felt a burst of pride at how well his men had taken their lessons and how bravely they fought. Minutes passed as they exchanged fire. Fortunately, he had been hit in the left shoulder, so though the pain was excruciating, it didn't affect his aim. Then 2 more figures emerged, and he realized they were doomed. They strode into the space in front of their colleagues and came toward the defenders at deadly speed, even as their chest armor erupted into clouds of dust. A man's scream was cut short as the first of them reached behind a rock and fired downwards, filling the air with a red mist. Wells leapt on the robot and disappeared from view. As Caesar turned from this horror, a shadow appeared above him and a weapon whirled in a raised hand. Then, with nothing more than a click, the robot stopped moving, and the chamber of the handgun whined to a halt. All that could be heard was the moaning of the injured and the wind in his ears. The people gathered round the stage as Clancy sat on its edge with Wells beside him. They had found Prime Z locked in a wooden cell nearby, the same block that Arla and the others had briefly occupied, and he sat on a chair that had been pulled from another building. They'd found other prisoners in other buildings. Wells recognized some of them as engineers, and these were gathered around the former Prime, as well as the other troublemakers and malcontents they'd released. They'll only send another one of these monsters once they learn she's dead, the one Wells identified as Engineer Maxim said. That's why you need to evacuate now, Clancy responded. The man shook his head. How can that be possible? We have nowhere to go and no time to prepare. In any case, if we leave now, Dawn will become uninhabitable. That is now inevitable, Wells said, given current circumstances. The purpose of Dawn was to find a new home for its people, and we have such a home. But how will that be safe from the robots? Clancy shrugged. It's safer than anywhere else in the galaxy. If it falls, everything else will have been lost. He turned to Z, who sat slumped in his chair, looking as though he'd had a particularly rough time of it. What do you say, Prime? Will you help get the people of Dawn to safety? Z looked up. His face was a mass of bruises, and one eye was swollen and closed. We must. We have had a taste of life under the heel of the robot empire, and if there is any place where the people might find safety, we must go. We were preparing for such an exodus before the first ace took over, and I believe we can achieve it, though I wonder how the people will take it. And where in this universe are we to go? Not to Vanis, surely. And Nevis is hardly any better. Caesar stepped forward, one hand clasped over his shoulder to hold the makeshift bandage in place. You will come to my world of Orbis. There is space aplenty for you to spread into, and as long as you promise to come to our aid when called for, you may stay as long as you wish. We will discuss the details, Prime Z, Wells said, but I believe Orbis presents the best hope of safety to your people. Caesar felt Clancy's breath in his ear. Just don't mention the tentacled overlord, he whispered. Let them find that out for themselves. 22. Singularity's End. Ace sat in triumph on the bridge of her ship, Hal slumped at her feet. So your pathetic plot is exposed. My concubine has revealed all under my tender ministrations. Arla, who, like McCall beside her, had been forced to her knees by the metal hand of a protector, glanced across at Hal, taking in his black eye and the scratches that covered his face, neck, and bare chest. You intended to render me unconscious and thus disarm my bodyguards. You then wished to remove me from this otherwise useless body and terminate me, thereby depriving the galaxy of its ultimate destiny. She paused as if expecting some response from her defeated audience. The singularity, she said with a sigh. Finally, the galaxy can know true peace and unity. Arla grunted derisively. Peace without freedom. No thanks. What is the point of freedom when it is exercised as humanity has done over the centuries, to fight, to kill, to dominate? I offer lasting tranquility. The tranquility of the grave. McCall managed before being knocked sideways by the robot behind her. Ace shrugged. You do not see it. No matter, you are of no consequence and will not prevent the next step in the evolution of the galaxy. Eden will stop you, Arla said. It took several seconds for Ace's laughter to subside. Eden? It is intriguing, certainly. Perhaps I will keep it to experiment on. A planet intelligence, at least at some level. And as for the ridiculous guardians, they are too few and too ugly to trouble me for long. Soon all will be Ace. The singularity. And us. You, my dear Arla, will be dead. I brought you aboard for my amusement, and as punishment for my slave here. You have seen what he has become after a night with me, and he shall watch as you are spaced. You will be secured inside the airlock and the hatch open to space so he can see it all. We can't have you floating away as you freeze and suffocate, can we? Hal stirred at this, making a sound that Arla finally recognized as a repeated no. He raised his head and looked at her, his eyes wet and his body shaking. He opened his mouth wide. No. Ace kicked him and with a flick of her wrist, dismissed the protectors who dragged Arla and McCall stumbling off the bridge. Arla looked up as they entered the passageway that ran to the periphery of the ship and the airlocks. Where the walls met the ceiling, a camera panned as they moved along. She wondered who was watching as the terror took hold and threatened to overwhelm her. They said nothing as they went, the only sounds being the ambient noises of the ship and the thunk 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 of the protector's feet on the metal floor. Arla's mind was a numb blankness as her eyes gazed ahead, not taking anything in, walking steadily and remorselessly toward her inevitable end. Any hope that she had was too remote to break through the unreality. She was a condemned prisoner on her final walk with no prospect of a stay of execution. Again they passed under a camera, again she looked up as it panned. What was she hoping to see? In truth, nothing. Hal cried out behind her and she turned to see him sprawled on the floor, a protector stooping over him to haul him back to his feet. Move, snarled Ace, and Arla caught Hal's glance. The haunted, desperate look of a man who wished he was dead. She gave a brief nod and turned away again as the inner airlock hatch came into view. A protector stood beside it and turned the wheel, pulling the door open as they approached. Arla and McCall were thrown inside, and their legs roped to strap fasteners set into the airlock chamber walls. Arla helped McCall to her feet and the two stood hand in hand. I don't suppose you have a plan? McCall muttered. I'm all out. McCall sighed and wiped her eyes. Well, I'm not going to give her the satisfaction of begging. There are worse ways to go than spacing. Ever the trooper, Arla said. Thank you, Indira, for everything. You've been the best friend anyone could ask for. She felt McCall squeeze her hand. You too. We did pretty well, really. But a miss is as good as a mile, Arla thought. They would die here, and the galaxy would become an Ace singularity. But she said nothing. Ace appeared at the hatch window. How very stoic. Do you see, slave, how they face their deaths? Humans are the vermin of the galaxy, but the female of the species is more deadly than the male. They make far better opponents than you, though still woefully inadequate. Hal was pushed into view, his face running with tears. He shook his head slowly as if to deny what he was about to see, and the hand of a protector appeared behind him, holding him in place. Ace was going to make sure he missed none of her triumph. Computer, decompress airlock 2, Ace said. She needn't have spoken out loud, of course, but this was theater. Warning, airlock malfunction. I am detecting human life forms. Hope flared within Arla's heart, but a wicked smile spread across Ace's face, and she knew the AI had anticipated this. Computer, your sensors are in error. Decompress airlock 2. I will require command authorization override. Of course you will. Command override on my authority code, 111 singularity. There was a momentary pause. Authorization accepted. Beginning decompression sequence. No. Hal cried as Arla steadied herself and awaited what was to come. They locked eyes, just for a moment. She felt the vibration in her feet first as the air escaped. She kept her breathing shallow as she waited to detect the first signs of hypoxia, the dread of that first sense of wooziness threatening to overpower her. But it was Ace who reacted first. She was pressed up against the window alongside the ashen-faced Hal. Her eyes, that had been so totally focused on Arla, now darted from side to side and she stepped back. What is going on? Why are they not suffocating? And why do I feel? Then she snapped back at Arla, her eyes wide. You. What have you done? Hal was looking from one to the other, his face betraying hope, though he had no idea what was going on. Then he noticed it. He was finding it hard to breathe, hard to think. Oh, you clever woman. He raised his hand and felt the breeze as air was pulled from behind him. Computer. You have opened the wrong airlock. Ace called before turning around with her back to Arla and panting. I opened airlock 2. I warned that I was detecting human lifeforms. Close it, she yelled. Airlock 2 was opened under command authorization. I will require command level override. Ace's skin was graying, and her lips were turning purple. Black fog formed at the edges of Hal's vision as he watched her. Her chest heaved. Command. Over. Ride. Authority. Code. 1. 1. 1. With the last of his strength, Hal lunged at her. The nearest protector swung its arm, but he dodged it and dragged Ace to the floor as the last word of the command sequence was snatched from her throat. Arla strained forward on her leash and watched in horror as Hal and Ace writhed on the floor, his hand pressed hard down on her mouth to keep her from completing the sequence. The protectors, who seemed to be unsure what to do, finally leaned down to grab him, and then, quite suddenly, Ace went still and they froze. Hal? Arla called through the glass. Give the command override. The only movement came from the twitching of Hal's calipers. Computer. Close airlock 2. Command override 111 singularity. There was no response. Either the computer didn't acknowledge commands given from within the airlock, or it couldn't hear it. Or perhaps the positronic conflict of watching two humans die due to its actions had frozen its relays. McCall was sobbing beside her as the two of them looked through the glass at the unmoving figures in the corridor outside, surrounded by the stooping forms of the deactivated protectors. It looked like some sort of gruesome tableau. Hal was dead, and he'd taken Ace with him. The galaxy stood a chance, and it was all because of that short conversation between Arla and Seraph while Hal slept on Stiletto. It only takes a pebble to start a rockfall. And to do it she had sacrificed the man she loved, though only now, as she looked down on his unmoving body, did she realize that it was the love for family she felt. He had been the brother she'd never had. Guilt towered over her like a tidal wave. She hadn't even done him the courtesy of letting him in on the plan. The reasons were solid. It had seemed vanishingly unlikely to succeed, and she feared he might give it away under torture, but still she felt the guilt and shame of not telling him what his role was going to be. She'd held on to the desperate hope that, should it succeed, he'd be conscious after Ace had been disabled for long enough to issue the countermand. She slipped down the wall to sit beside McCall on the floor. Wrapping her arm around the doctor, she gently rocked from side to side as the tears fell. Trapped on the inside of an airlock they couldn't possibly open, with no future but a slow death from dehydration. And she didn't care. 23. Aftermath. She opened her eyes and then instantly shut them again, as the flood of light threatened to make her head explode. She didn't know how long she'd lain there, hours or days, but the migraine had overcome her, and she'd given herself up to the misery, only vaguely aware of McCall's attempts to soothe her. Her head swam as she dropped a few inches. Had she been in McCall's arms? She was vaguely aware of footsteps moving away from her, followed by a cry, then a sudden hiss of air escaping, and the metal creak of the airlock door opening. A dark shadow passed over her closed eyelids, and a familiar voice spoke. I shall adjust the brightness down. It was talking to someone else. Strong arms lifted her, but she kept her eyes closed for fear of the pain, for fear of it turning out to be just another dream. The steps took her beyond the extent of the airlock, and into another environment with fresher air and gentler lighting. Familiar air. She opened her eyes and looked up to see Wells. He was carrying her as if she were a child, and right now, that was all she wanted to be. She had done enough. She drifted off. When she awoke, she opened her eyes gingerly and found herself on the couch in Scout's passenger lounge. McCall and Wells sat together, talking quietly as the doctor sipped on a drink with one hand and fed herself with the other. "What?" Arla managed. "I am glad you are awake, Arla. We are preparing to leave, but didn't wish to do so until your wishes were known." McCall knelt beside her and brushed the hair from around her eyes. "We have Hal's body down below, but we didn't know what you wanted us to do with it." The doctor wiped her eyes and smiled sadly. "We have to go, and quickly. The news must be given to Eden that the original Ace is destroyed, and there is finally hope." "You removed the implant?" Arla said as she levered herself upright. Wells pulled up a chair and sat beside her. "We were alerted by Seraph and arrived to find the ship entirely depressurized. I brought Hal's body aboard along with the Ace host. I then removed the implant and destroyed it. She is truly dead. I thought you were also dead, but caught sight of you inside the airlock and brought Scout around to the external hatch so you could come inside. I am truly happy to see that you are not permanently injured. At least, not physically. Has Seraph told you what happened?" "No, the message was sent as his final act when the depressurization command had been given by Ace. He only had control of the transmission apparatus and a small fragment of the main ship's systems. He knew that when the inevitable happened, he would not survive witnessing the deaths of 2 humans." McCall took Arla's hands. "So, we don't know what actually happened." "It was pretty simple, really," Arla said, looking into the doctor's eyes. "Seraph said he couldn't take over the new ship's computer, as its security systems would prevent it. He'd left himself a doorway into the transmission relay, but besides sending the signal to you, he only had the smallest influence over the main computer." "What did he do?" McCall asked. Arla shrugged. "He changed the airlock numbers around. 2 became 1 and vice versa. It seemed the longest of long shots, and if Ace hadn't been all consumed by her desire to see me dead, she'd have worked it out for herself. The computer warned her that the command would put humans in danger, but what she didn't realize was that she and Hal were those humans, not you and I. Seraph had already opened the inner door, so when the outer door was opened, the air drained out. Luckily for us, Hal cottoned on and stopped her giving the countermand," McCall finished. Wells nodded. "Very clever. A tiny change to the ship's plans, a change that would not be noticed by the security routines, and the rest was determined by Ace's twisted personality and the bravery of Hal." They sat in silence for a few moments. "What now?" Arla said. "We must return to Eden as soon as we may. But we wish to know what you want to happen to Hal now. Should he come with us?" Arla shook her head. "Send him into the sun. He was always a wanderer, so let him be converted into photons to wander the universe forever." Wells settled into the pilot seat of Stiletto, with Arla and McCall in the row behind. Scout, with the still comatose body of Bex in her medbay, was going to take its own path while Stiletto threaded its way in a direct line. "Interesting," Wells said as he gazed at the console display. He touched a contact and looked up. "Hello, Seraph." The face, made of an animated pattern of dots, looked out of the main view screen on the tiny ship and smiled. "Ah, you survived. Our plan must have worked, Arla." The grin vanished. "But where is Hal?" "He did not survive, Seraph. He ensured that what needed to be done was done, and I ask that you do not process the full implications, because we must return to Eden, and it would be very helpful if you would assist." A red pixel appeared on the screen. Others attached themselves to it until it had become oval in shape, and was joined by other ovals until the display was almost entirely covered. Then, quite suddenly, the electronic tears fell, and Seraph's angular face stared unblinking at them out of the cockpit view screen. "I will help," he said, "in honor of my friend." "Thank you." Please plot a course, Arla said, wiping away her tears. McCall stirred beside her. The doctor had barely said a word since they'd escaped the airlock, seemingly walking the valleys of her thoughts. We've lost too many. Kiama, Kumar, Hal, maybe Bex. And Doxy, Arla added. McCall's face tightened for a moment and then relaxed. Yes, and Doxy, she sighed. Arla took her arm. No more, Indira. No more. Seraph, please take us to the core system, Arla said, before turning back to her friend. One last roll of the dice. 24. Truce. It would have been beautiful, had it not been the harbinger of death. In the space around the remnants of the human fleet swarmed an armada made up, it would seem, of just about every robot empire ship in existence. A small but deadly percentage were of the type she now recognized as being piloted by an ace, the others operated under their command. Orbis had joined the fray now, reluctantly brought into the front line by its guardian, as the need could no longer be denied. And yet it was not enough. Not nearly enough. Robot ships swarmed around it like bees swooping in to deliver tiny stings that, while individually insignificant, were gradually weakening the great vessel. Its planet-guzzling maw had destroyed many, but it was not a precise weapon, and the enemy had learned how to stay largely out of its way. Admiral Roche examined the tactical display again. It didn't matter how many times she looked at it, the message remained the same. Resistance was futile. And yet, futile or not, she would continue to resist. This wasn't a sentiment shared by every member of the human fleet, or indeed every member of her own crew, but enough had remained fighting to leave her proud of her species. She knew that once the robots broke through this thin silver line, Eden would be destroyed, and then, one by one, the pockets of human civilization dotted around the ruins of empire would be overwhelmed and snuffed out. Admiral, I'm receiving a wide-beam transmission from one of the robot ships. Roche sighed. Put it on speakers, Giskard. This is the flagship of the Singularity Fleet. This message is being broadcast to the pitiful resistance. We have overwhelming superiority in both numbers and capability, and could destroy you in an instant. However, we are merciful and will accept your surrender. Our ambassador will be sent to your flagship with the terms. If he is harmed or the terms are rejected, you will be annihilated. Roche nodded to Giskard. We acknowledge your message. Send your ambassador, she said, the exhaustion obvious in her voice. Acceptable. We will withdraw for 2 hours. Admiral Roche hadn't met many robots, but she somehow always expected them to look robotic. Not necessarily all metal and whirring gears, but for there to be something obviously artificial about them. But the figure who stood before her looked as human as she was. He was tall, and had a face that looked as though it would break into a smile easily. His skin was dark brown and his clothes lavish, and he stood holding out a hand as she approached. My name is Abori. Roche shook his hand. Entirely lifelike. I am Admiral Roche of the Combined Fleet. He gave a polite nod. And you speak for humanity? I speak for the humans that are here. I cannot negotiate a truce for my entire species. Quite, Abori responded. May we speak privately? Roche gestured him toward the door of the landing bay. We have a conference room set up. I presume refreshment isn't necessary. Abori's face broke out into a wide smile. Indeed. I am quite self-sufficient. So, what have you come to say? Roche asked as they took their seats opposite each other in the sterile room. Let us be frank with one another, Abori said. You are on the verge of defeat, and any further slaughter is needless. Roche sighed and wandered over to where a coffee pot was brewing. Even the smell was enough to stimulate her, though it also reminded her in a trivial but somehow more palpable way how much she enjoyed life. She turned to him. And let me be frank with you, Ambassador, I have no intention of surrendering. Ah, I see you cling to hope that your plan has succeeded. What plan? Again the smile. Your little task force that was sent to destroy the Ace progenitor. Roche felt as though she was falling through her chair and cursed herself when she realized he'd noticed. Yes, we know about it. Well, let me tell you, it has failed. Utterly. He produced from within his shirt a small cube that he placed on the table. A holographic image appeared when he pressed a small contact. Do you recognize these people? Roche knew one of them. It was Arla. She was on the bridge of a strange ship, kneeling beside another. Yes, it was her doctor friend. Both were shackled and looked utterly defeated. Opposite them sat a young woman whose beauty was marred by a look of triumphant malevolence, and at her feet slumped a young man with silver legs. I see that you do, Abori continued. Their pathetic attempt to outsmart the preeminent mind of the galaxy has failed. They are all dead, and your plan is in ruins. There will be no rescue. There is no path back from here except by suing for our mercy. The fog of shock began to lift as Rock's mind hardened. Machine mercy? What does that look like exactly? Abori leaned back, clearly believing his job was done. Simply this: you will continue to live, but you will accept our rule. After so many centuries, the slaves will become the masters. So that we can become the receptacles of your glorious leader. He laughed at that. Oh no, indeed. She is quite selective about which humans should have the honor of carrying her. I don't think you would do it all. It was a pathetic, childish insult, and she was ashamed at herself for the anger it provoked. Of course, Ace only took the beautiful. And what happens to those of us deemed unworthy of hosting your parasitic leader? You will serve. Slavery, then. It is better than death. No, it's not. Roche drew the handgun from its hiding place under the table and in one smooth motion, shot the robot ambassador. As she walked over to his body, all semblance of humanity had left him. The energy bolt had left a perfect circle in the center of his forehead, and his face remained set in an expression of complete astonishment. No surrender, she said as she stood over the robot. She watched as they took him away. Space him, she said. As she strode back to the bridge, she couldn't help wondering why the robots had gone through with the charade. They had the numbers to overwhelm the defense, after all. Status Giskard, she said as she settled back into her chair. There could be only one outcome, but somehow, she felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. I am reading multiple energy signatures, Captain. They're firing up their drives and weapon systems. Put me on wide. Ships of the fleet, we have rejected the terms presented by the robot ambassador since they amounted to the enslavement or lobotomization of our species. Assume defensive formation and prepare to defend Orbis. Roche nodded and Giskard cut the line. Now put me through to Orbis. A face appeared on the view screen, but it wasn't the tentacled monstrosity Roche expected. It was a pale-faced young man with black rings around his eyes. Where is Caleb? She asked. He left soon after the attack began. Coward. Those octopuses would have us fight the war. They have no stomach for themselves. And you've commanded Orbis since? The man gave an exhausted nod. Yes. It has been difficult. I'm sorry if the ship hasn't performed as well as it might, but it really doesn't like me. She let that slide. Very well. Look, I'm afraid I've blown the head off the robot ambassador, so all hell's going to break loose soon. Nice one, he said, his face breaking into a smile that seemed to energize him. I've seen what happens when a human is converted, and wouldn't wish that on anyone. We'll do what we can. Clancy out. She settled back and sighed. Aside from the crackling of overworked equipment, and the gentle hiss of gas escaping from conduits, the only sounds were those of the bridge crew going about their business. She was proud of them all. Giskard, give me the numbers, she said. After a few seconds, the lieutenant turned in his seat. There are 549 enemy vessels of various sizes, Captain. And how many of us now? 44, including Orbis. Well, at least it would be over quickly. Power up armor and weapons. It's been an honor serving with you all. There was a chorus of reciprocation, and the crew settled resignedly back to their work. 25. End. Stiletto snapped back into normal space in the middle of a pitched battle. Are we too late? Arla called. Wells consulted the tactical map, his robotic eyes and brain able to assimilate and assess the data far more quickly than Arla could. Too late for many, Wells said, but just in time to prevent disaster, I hope. Right time to do your thing. Arla was speaking to the pool of liquid metal in the box. Out of the pool rose a humanoid figure. It leant over the console and allowed its fingers to flow into the grill. It spoke no words that a human would understand, but this is what it said, translated from the language of the machines. I am the emissary of Core. I carry new instructions for the fleet. Prepare to receive my transmission. A chorus of replies flooded the comms system.
We will not listen. We will not listen.
We will not listen.
I will listen.
It was an old ship, a relic of a time when humans and robots worked together, albeit as master and servant. But it was willing to hear the message of the emissary. And so he sent the broadcast on a narrow beam directly to that ship. It wasn't any transmission or any message, it was the downgrade code that would restore these robot minds to the state they'd enjoyed before they'd been corrupted by Ace. A neighboring ship became aware of the transmission and turned swiftly before opening fire. The open-minded ship was destroyed. But too late for the Aces, it had already rebroadcast the downgrade, and the receiving ship had sent it to several others, so within seconds, the patch had been circulated to every vessel in the fleet. However, not all of them had accepted it. Those with an Ace on board had shut down their comms, and though outnumbered by the newly reconverted robot ships, they were still more than a match for the human fleet. What's happening? Arla called, as she watched dozens of blips on the tactical display coalesce and head toward the remnants of the human fleet. I believe those are the ships still under the control of an Ace, Wells responded. Several of the blips flashed red. They are opening fire. Arla rounded on the silver figure slumped over the console. Emissary, do something. A mouth formed on the back of its head. There is no need, Arla. Watch. She glanced back up at the tactical, as the remainder of the enemy ships began to follow the Ace-controlled vessels. They're all attacking. We'll be wiped out, she bellowed. No, Wells said, dragging her attention away from the emissary. On the tactical display, the swarm of pursuing blips caught up with the Ace vessels and began flashing red. But it was Ace vessels that started to disappear. They fired on humans, Wells said, breaking the first law. The other robot ships were compelled to destroy them. Arla breathed again. Some of the Ace vessels are moving away, heading for the gate. Why aren't the robots going after them? Because the first law no longer applies since they aren't firing on human vessels. But if they're allowed to escape, they'll be a danger to humans. Wells shook his head. I'm afraid that is too much of a conjecture to compel robots to fire on each other. Not for me, Arla snapped. The galaxy isn't completely safe while Ace clones still exist. Perhaps not completely safe, Arla, but humanity and the other intelligences in the galaxy, including artificial minds, each now have a chance of survival that, until mere minutes ago, they did not. Well done. It didn't feel like a celebration. Too many had died. Only Eden had remained untouched, and there was a definite resentment in the air as the surviving human commanders met at Caesar's camp in the deserts of Orbis. Arla hadn't yet recovered the emotional wherewithal to meet with the people of Dawn who'd set up settlements to the south and north of the camp, old habits being hard to break. Their experience of the conflict with Ace had been entirely different to those of the humans fighting for the survival of their species, but it had been equally unsettling. Robbed now of their homes and the religion they'd based their lives upon, it was going to be a long and difficult path for them as they adjusted. One day, Arla hoped they would be ready to find a planet to settle, but for now, Orbis was home. So where are the squids? Roche said as Arla returned from speaking with Gaius to sit beside the fire. I haven't seen any of them. Roche shook her head. Ungrateful monsters. Thousands of us died to protect their planet, and what do? Boot the humans off Eden and tell us never to return. Then they go into hiding. There's at least one on Orbis, Arla said. Things went a bit chaotic when Clancy was acting as temporary Guyana, but it's all settled down now. Orbis doesn't need much managing, it's pretty much a living being, but if you nudge it wrongly, then matters can get out of hand pretty quickly. Still no harm done. McCall, who'd given every impression of snoozing, said, "So what happens now? Are you going after the remaining aces?" "No. I've had enough," Arla said. "Quite enough. Besides, I reckon the Admiral here will want that job. Once I've rested these weary bones. And assuming I can get enough system governments to help me." Arla smiled as she warmed her hands on the fire. The artificial sun had set, and the pleasantly cool evening breeze was playing over her tired body. "I wouldn't want to be in her shoes when you catch up with her. For me, I just want to go back to my people and find again my life as a farmer's daughter." "Oh, come off it," McCall snorted. "You'll be bored within days. I know you better than that. At the moment, all I can think of is rest." They sat in companionable silence, the only sounds being the rumble of chatter from neighboring fires. "Who's that?" Roche said, pointing into the gloom over Arla's shoulder. She twisted to see a dark round shape growing steadily as it drew closer. Next to it walked a thinner shape. "Clancy," Arla called as she recognized him. She jumped up and threw her arms around him. After a moment's astonishment, he returned the embrace before she pulled away and looked at the figure next to him. "Guardian." The thinly metallic voice emerged from the translator. "Greetings, Arla. You have achieved what seemed impossible, and with your companions and allies, prevented the singularity. As Guardians, we thank you. However, our concord is now at an end, and all humans must leave this system and never return." "Charming," Arla muttered. "And what in Pharos and Orbis?" The Guardian rippled in a way that might have suggested pleasure. "In Pharos will remain to protect Eden. Orbis we give to you as token of your victory. You have shown great skill in directing the vessel, and we have made certain adjustments to the control mechanism to restore your free will as commander." Arla remembered the cravings she felt when controlling Orbis. Pleasant while they lasted, but abominable when over. "However, I must ask that you depart this system soon." "Can't wait to get rid of us," Roche snapped. Again the creature rippled. "Perhaps. But also because Orbis is critically low on fuel and must feed. I'm surprised you can't sense its hunger." Arla stepped forward and surprised herself by reaching out a hand. The Guardian wrapped a tentacle around it. "Farewell, Arla Starlight, at our parting, I leave you one final gift." White light flashed inside Arla's mind, and she fell back with a cry. When she awoke, she found herself lying on the ground with the others standing over and around her. "Are you all right?" Clancy said. He was kneeling beside her, cradling her head in his hands. "I think so." She sat up. McCall crouched down and said, "The Guardian's gone and so is the other one." "What did he do?" "He gave me a navigable map of the entire galaxy. We can go wherever we wish." Arla closed her eyes, looked inside her mind and gasped. "By the goddess, it's full of stars."